Ladies and gentlemen, the Alabama Senate will now come to order. Our prayer today will be delivered by Mr. David Foote, nationally recognized woodcarving artist from Pell City. Mr. Foote is a guest of Senator Lance Bell.
I'd like to say this one thing before I pray. First of all, thank you. As the disciples came to Jesus one day and they asked him, said, "Master, who's the greatest among us?" And Jesus just simply answered them and said, "Your servant is the greatest among you. He who humbles himself is exalted, but he who exalts himself is humbled." May we pray. Father, we thank you so much for this day, and what a joy and a privilege it is to be here, Father, in your house, in this state house, Father, because it is yours. And Father, my prayer for every person in this room today is kind of simple. I pray for wisdom, I pray for discernment, but most of all, I pray for humility. Because, Father, it's only in true humility that we are able to serve. Father, give every person in this room an eagerness to serve this state, this great state that we live in, the state that you gave us, Father. And Father, we're so grateful to be able to be a part of this state. And Father, in our serving and in our humility, we can't serve the way that we need to serve unless our eyes are upon you. And I ask, dear Lord, that each and every day that we do serve, that we come to you through the Spirit of God, and Father, and ask for that wisdom, and ask for that discernment, and Father, ask for humility. Because, Father, we know that you say in your word that God resists the proud, but he gives grace to the humble. Be with these men and women today as they have their work before them. And we pray these things in your Son's sweet and precious and holy name. Amen.
Amen. Thank you. Today, the pledge will be led by Xanthus Thomas. Xanthus is paging for Senator Chambliss. Thank you. Secretary, call the roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott, Ms. Figures, Mr. Gavan, Mr. Gudger, Mr. Hatcher, Mr. Hovey, Mr. Jones, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Livingston, Mr. Melson, Mr. Orr, Mr. Price, Mr. Reed, Mr. Roberts, Mr. Schofield, Mr. Sessions, Mr. Shelnut, Mr. Singleton, Mr. Smitherman, Mr. Stewart, Mr. Stutz, Mr. Wagner, Ms. Weaver, Mr. Williams.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have 29 senators present, which is a quorum. The Senate is ready to transact business.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move that we excuse absent senators.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. President.
Senator Wagner.
Move that we dispense with the reading of the journal from the previous legislative day and that we adopt said journal.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Now move on to introduction of bills. Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, I move that bills be allowed to be introduced throughout the legislative day.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, I move that committee reports be received throughout the legislative day.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, Secretary, call the first committee.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation Number 83, appointing Paulette Edwards to the Alabama State University Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 12 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President, Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Paulette Edwards to the Alabama State Board of Trustees, and we don't have a previous roll, so using long roll.
That's correct. Secretary, call the long roll, please.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chasteen. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Schofield. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. Paulette Edwards is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation, please.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation Number 82, appointing Christopher Spencer to the Alabama State University Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 12 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move we confirm Mr. Christopher Spencer to the Alabama State Board of Trustees using previous roll of no exception.
All right, any objections? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
Thirty-four ayes, 0 nays. Christopher Spencer is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation Number 91, appointing John Hackett to the Alabama Agricultural and Mechanical University Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 12 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Mr. John Hackett to the Alabama A&M Board of Trustees using previous roll of no exception.
All right, any objections? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. John Hackett Jr. is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmations,
Hey, Senator.
Senate Confirmation Number 89, appointing Ralph Williams to the Alabama Agricultural and Mechanical University Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 12 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Ralph Williams to the Alabama A&M University Board of Trustees using previous roll of no objection.
All right, any objections? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Ralph Williams is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation Number 90, appointing Elizabeth Richardson to the Alabama Agricultural and Mechanical University Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 12 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Elizabeth Richardson to the Alabama A&M University Board of Trustees, using previous role with no objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Elizabeth Richardson's confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 92, appointing Kyle Buchanan to the University of North Alabama Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Kyle Buchanan to the University of Alabama, North Alabama's Board of Trustees, using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objections? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Kyle Buchanan's confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation Number 81, appointing Anthony Smoke to the Jacksonville State University Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Anthony Smoke to the Jacksonville State University Board of Trustees, using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Anthony Smoke is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation Number 84, appointing Taylor Perry to the University of West Alabama Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Taylor Perry to the University of West Alabama's Board of Trustees, using previous role with no objection.
All right, any objections? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Taylor Perry is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 85, appointing Matthew Lavender to the University of West Alabama Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Matthew Lavender to the University of West Alabama's Board of Trustees, using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Matthew Lavender is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 87, appointing Jennifer Agee to the University of West Alabama Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Jennifer Agee to the University of West Alabama's Board of Trustees, using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Jennifer Agee is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation Number 86, appointing Michael Maddox to the University of West Alabama Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Michael Maddox to the University of West Alabama Board of Trustees, using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Michael Maddox is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 88, appointing Joseph Brown to the University of West Alabama Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Joseph Brown to the University of West Alabama Board of Trustees, using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Joseph Brown is confirmed. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 75, appointing Bill Lewis to the University of South Alabama Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Bill Lewis to the University of South Alabama Board of Trustees using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Bill Lewis is confirmed. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 77, appointing William Graham to the University of South Alabama Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm William Graham to the University of South Alabama Board of Trustees using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. William Graham's confirmed. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation Number 78, appointing Stephen Furr to the University of South Alabama Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Stephen Furr to the University of South Alabama Board of Trustees using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Stephen Furr is confirmed. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 76, appointing Stephen Stokes to the University of South Alabama Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Stephen Stokes to the University of South Alabama Board of Trustees using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Stephen Stokes confirmed. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 80, appointing Luis Gonzalez to the University of South Alabama Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Luis Gonzalez to the University of South Alabama Board of Trustees using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Luis Gonzalez is confirmed. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 79, appointing Linus Perkins to the University of South Alabama Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Linus Perkins to the University of South Alabama Board of Trustees using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Linus Perkins is confirmed. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation Number 114, appointing John McCartney to the Alabama Community College System Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm John McCartney to the Alabama Community College System Board of Trustees using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. John McCartney is confirmed. Secretary, call the next confirmation.
Let me know when the last one's up.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 115, appointing Ron Houston to the Alabama Community College System Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate confirm Ron Houston to the Alabama Community College System Board of Trustees using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays. Ron Houston is confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
From the Committee on Confirmations, Senate Confirmation Number 116, appointing Britton Lightsey to the Alabama Community College System Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the Senate confirm Britton Lightsey to the Alabama Community College System Board of Trustees using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays. Britton Lightsey's confirmed. Secretary, call next confirmation.
He's next.
From the Committee on Confirmation, Senate Confirmation Number 117, appointing John Mitchell Sr. to the Alabama Community College System Board of Trustees, receives a favorable report by a vote of 13 ayes and 0 nays.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move that the Senate confirm John Mitchell Sr. to the Alabama Community College Systems Board of Trustees using previous role without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
All right, 35 ayes, 0 nays. John Mitchell Sr. is confirmed. Senator
President.
Livingston.
I'd like to point out there are a number, if you would, there are a number of the men and women that we just confirmed that are in the audience today in the gallery. I'd just like for them to stand up if they would, please.
Yeah.
Thank you all for
Members
coming
got confirmed.
today.
If y'all could please stand.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you for your work, Senator Livingston. All right. Secretary, call the next committee. Senator Singleton,
Point of personal privilege, please.
you're recognized.
Mr. President, in this body, a week or so ago, I lost my aunt, and I just want to thank each and every one of you as a member in this body for your condolences. You touched me, you called me, you talked to me. I want to thank those of you who are members who came to the funeral. So again, on behalf of my family, we thank you for your support. Thank you very much.
All right. Secretary, call the next committee.
From the Committee on County and Municipal Government, Senate Bill Number 306 receives a favorable report by a vote of 7 ayes and 1 nay. From the Committee on County and Municipal Government, Senate Bill Number 309 receives a favorable report with 2 amendments by a vote of 8 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on County and Municipal Government, Senate Bill Number 312 receives a favorable report by a vote of 8 ayes and 0 nays. From the Committee on County and Municipal Government, Senate Bill Number 307 receives a favorable report by a vote of 8 ayes and 0 nays.
These bills received a second reading and be placed on the calendar for next legislative day. This concludes committee reports. Now move on to motions and resolutions. Senator Gudger.
Mr. President, thank you. I have a resolution I'd like
All
to enter.
right. Secretary, read and receive the resolution, please.
Senate Joint Resolution Number 72 by Senator Elliott, urging the Alabama Department of Transportation to
Gudger.
Yeah.
Senate Joint Resolution Number 72 by Senator Gudger, urging the Alabama Department of Transportation to prioritize the widening of Interstate 65.
Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move this one with final passage using previous roll, please, sir.
All right. It need immediate consideration. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution is adopted. Thanks, Senator Gudger.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Senator Allen.
Yes, sir. Got an SJR?
All right, Secretary, read and receive the SJR.
Senate Joint Resolution Number 73 by Senator Allen, mourning the death of Mr. George Cooley Franks.
Mr. President,
Senator Allen.
I would like to ask the entire Senate body be added to this SJR.
All right, first, for any objection to consideration of this? All right, hearing none, so ordered. Now we're on it. And then, all right, his motion's to add everybody as co-sponsors?
Yes, yeah.
All right, I think that,
Can we have it read before we had all of our names added to it?
sure. Secretary, can you read the resolution, please?
Senate Joint Resolution mourning the death of Mr. George Cooley Franks. Whereas it is with profound sorrow that we note the death on April 30th, 2023 of Mr. George Cooley Franks of Demopolis, Alabama at the age of 94. Whereas his passing leaves a void in the lives of his loving family, many friends, and the entire community where he was highly regarded. And whereas Mr. Franks was born on December 7th, 1928 in Meridian, Mississippi to George G. Franks and Lula B. Franks. And whereas after joining the Navy at 16 years of age, Mr. Franks completed his service and returned to Tuscaloosa, Alabama, where he graduated from Tuscaloosa High School in 1949. He was employed by South Central Bell, where he met and married his future wife, Gladys Taylor Franks. And whereas Mr. Franks was transferred to Demopolis in 1966 and retired as foreman in 1986, after retirement, he worked at Tasco Incorporated and for Anderson Plumbing, Heating, and Electricity in Demopolis. Some of his other achievements including being named Citizen of the Year in 1983, serving as Boy Scouts of America Scoutmaster for Troop 14 at Calvary Baptist Church in Tuscaloosa, and as Scoutmaster for Troop 5 in Demopolis at First Baptist Church, receiving the BSA Silver Beaver Award for the BSA National Council, which is given to those who implement the scouting program and perform community service through hard work, self-sacrifice, dedication, and many years of service. Serving as a deacon at Calvary Baptist Church in Tuscaloosa and at First Baptist Church for almost 70 years total. Being named Deacon Emeritus by First Baptist Church on April 23, 2023, and being the originator and founder of the Alabama State Barbecue Championship for Demopolis' own Christmas on the River, where he served as chairman for 30 years. As a man with a servant's heart, he also ministered around the world through many mission trips. Whereas Mr. Franks was preceded in death by his wife, parents, and brother, Freddie F. Franks, he is survived by his children, Bobby Franks, Kay Evans, Lydia Randall, and Cindy Parker. Sisters Frances Franks Pearson, Jean Franks Ward, grandchildren Emily Spiller, Scott Evans, Michael Randall, Taylor Evans, Fallon Taylor, Kathleen Randall, Hayden Franks, Leanna Rogers, and Graham Parker, and 23 great-grandchildren. Whereas also his presence will be greatly missed, the memory of Mr. Franks will be cherished in the hearts of all who knew and loved him. Now therefore be it resolved by the legislature of Alabama, both houses thereof concurring, that the death of Mr. George Cooley Franks is recorded with deep sadness, and this resolution is offered in tribute to his life, along with heartfelt sympathy to his family, whose grief is shared by many.
All right, now we have a motion for all senators to be added as co-sponsor. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All right, Senator Allen.
I move to pass.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution is adopted. Thanks, Senator Allen. Senator Carnley.
Yes, Mr. President, I've got a joint resolution here to designate February 9th as Alabama Baptist Children's Home Day.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the SJR, please.
Senate Joint Resolution number 74 by Senator Carnley, designating February 9th as Alabama Baptist Children's Home Day.
All right, any objection for immediate consideration? All right, hearing none, so ordered. Okay. Now we need a motion for adoption. Senator Carnley.
Make a motion for adoption.
All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution is adopted. Thanks, Senator Carnley. All right,
President,
Senator Wagner.
have a resolution.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution.
Senate Joint Resolution number 75 by Senator Wagner, recognizing Alabama's technology workforce and its economic contributions to the state.
Mr. President, move adoption of the resolution.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution is adopted.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
have a resolution from Rules.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolution from Rules, please.
From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution Number 167, convening of joint session, purpose of presenting the Legislative Medal of Honor of Law Enforcement Officers, receives a favorable report.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of the resolution.
All right, any objection? All right, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Resolution's adopted.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
have some resolutions from rules.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the resolutions from rules.
Check and make sure they're all there while I read them. From the Committee on Rules, House Joint Resolution Number 116 by Representative Hollis, commending the Birmingham Association of Realtors. Also, House Joint Resolution Number 121 by Representative Rigsby, commending the United States Space and Rocket Center's new Space Camp Operations Center. Also, House Joint Resolution Number 125 by Representative Jackson, commending Attorney Jason M. Jones. Also, House Joint Resolution Number 126 by Representative Jackson, recognizing the Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated Day. Also, House Joint Resolution Number 134 by Representative Paramore, commending Troy University coach John Sumrall. Also, House Joint Resolution Number 135 by Representative Jackson, mourning Bart Tomlinson. Also, House Joint Resolution Number 143, mourning the death of Lieutenant Colonel Dr. Richard Doc Goodwin. Also, House Joint Resolution Number 149 by Representative Pascal, commending Carly Seabrook. Also, House Joint Resolution Number 160 by Representative Stringer, commending Joey D. Dumas. Also, House Joint Resolution Number 170 by Representative Stringer, honoring Colonel Kessler Weaver, Jr. Receive a favorable report.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of the resolutions from rules.
All right, Senator Singleton, you up here to, all right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? Resolutions are adopted. Any other motions or resolutions? Yeah. All right, next move on to local bill. Secretary, call the first local bill, please.
On page 51 of the calendar, Senate Bill Number 286 by Senator Beasley, relating to Macon County. BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Singleton.
BR, use of pre-roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, Senate Bill Number 286 by Senator Beasley, relating to Macon County.
Mr. President, move for third reading, dispense with use of previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
35, you said? 35 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 286 passes. Secretary, call the next local bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, House Bill Number 326 by Representative McCampbell, relating to Marengo County. BIR pending.
Mr. President, move for the BR, use of previous roll without objection.
295. All right, any objection? Oh, no. Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
Not you.
But I can carry it for you.
I'll handle it, so.
Hey, take care of it, okay?
35 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, House Bill Number 326 by Representative McCampbell, relating to Marengo County.
Mr. President, I'd like to move for third reading, dispense with use of previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 326 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, House Bill number 346 by Representative Kitchens relating to Marshall County, BIR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Singleton.
move for the BR, use of previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays, the BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, House Bill number 346 by Representative Kitchens relating to Marshall County.
Mr. President,
Senator Singleton.
move for third reading, but dispense with use of previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 346 passes. Thanks, Senator Singleton. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 218 by Senator Carnley relating to Pike County, BIR pending.
Mr. President, move for the BR, use of previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays, the BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 218 by Senator Carnley relating to Pike County.
Mr. President,
Senator Singleton.
move for third reading, but dispense with previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 218 passes. Thanks, Senator Singleton. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, House Bill number 294 by Representative Estes relating to Lamar County, BIR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Singleton.
move for the BR, use of previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays, the BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, House Bill number 294 by Representative Estes relating to Lamar County.
Mr. President,
Senator Singleton.
move for third reading, dispense with use of previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 294 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 52 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 188 by Senator Allen, a proposed constitutional amendment relating to Tuscaloosa County, BIR pending.
Mr. President, move for the BR, use of previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 51 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 188 by Senator Allen, a proposed constitutional amendment relating to Tuscaloosa County.
Mr. President, move for third reading, but dispense with use of previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 188 passes. Thanks, Senator Singleton. Secretary, call next local bill.
Mr. President.
I'm sorry?
Mr. President, move for confirmation on that bill.
All right. Using previous roll?
Using previous rule, no objection.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays. The certification resolution passes. All right, now, Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 52 of the calendar, House Bill number 275 by Representative Bolton relating to Tuscaloosa County, BIR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Singleton.
move for the BR, use of previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
35 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 52 of the calendar, House Bill 275 by Representative Bolton relating to Tuscaloosa County.
I'm trying to figure what this bill is. I represent Tuscaloosa, Mr. President. Senator Allen, could you step here a second, please? Yes. This is a local bill for Tuscaloosa County.
The city of Northport.
Oh, this is City of Northport bill. I was just wondering which one it was.
Yes, the city of Northport, yes,
Mr.
sir.
President, move for third reading, dispense without use of previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
35 35 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 275 passes. Secretary, call next local bill.
On page 52 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 302 by Senator Wagoner relating to Jefferson County, BR pending.
Mr. President, move for the BR use approve rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 52 of the calendar, Senate Bill 302 by Senator Wagner relating to Jefferson County.
Mr. President, move for third read, dispense with use approve rule without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 302 passes. Secretary, call next local. All right, this concludes local bills. All right, Senator Wagner.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
I have a report from the Committee on Rules.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the report from the Committee on Rules.
From the Committee on Rules, Senate Resolution Number 76, Special Order Calendar. Be it resolved by the Senate that the following bills in the order name shall be the special, paramount, and continuing order of business, taking precedence over all other matters until disposed of for the 21st legislative day only. On page 26, Senate Bill 233 by Senator Chambliss relating to the Joint Transportation Committee. On page 46, Senate Bill 268 by Senator Livingston relating to environmental covenants. On page 17, Senate Bill 64 by Senator Singleton relating to jury service. On page 30, Senate Bill 300 by Senator Orr relating to the Alabama School Principal Leadership and Monitoring Act. On page 31, Senate Bill number 76 by Senator Barfoot relating to the Alabama Forestry Commission. On page 41, Senate Bill 221 by Senator Butler relating to the State Board of Genetic Counseling. On page 46, Senate Bill 280 by Senator Hovey relating to the Secretary of State. On page 34, House Bill number 40 by Representative Hill relating to justices and judges. On page 20, Senate Bill 163 by Senator Williams relating to county-wide civil service systems. On page 18, House Bill number 82 by Representative Pringle relating to crimes and offenses. On page 39, Senate Bill number 289 by Senator Gavan relating to political action committees. On page 47, Senate Bill 292 by Senator Roberts and Shelnut relating to taxation and revenue. On page 6, Senate Bill 176 by Senator Orr relating to the Student Right to Know Act of 2023. On page 32, Senate Bill 281 by Senator Albritton relating to motor vehicle registrations. On page 44, Senate Bill 181 by Senator Smitherman relating to public K-12 education. On page 36, Senate Bill 223 by Senator Figures relating to criminal procedure. On page 49, House Bill 352 by Representative Baker relating to amusement rides and water slides. On page 17, House Bill 24 by Representative Ingram relating to crimes and offenses. On page 37, House Bill number 4 by Representative Chestnut relating to labor and employment. On page 15, Senate Bill 145 by Senator Livingston relating to volunteer rescue squad tuition reimbursement. On page 14, House Bill 34 by Representative Estes relating to crimes and offenses. On page 23, House Bill 163 by Representative Brown relating to building codes. On page 36, House Bill 244 by Representative Crawford relating to guardians ad litem.
Mr. President,
Senator Wagner.
move adoption of the report from the Committee on Rules using short roll.
All right, Senator Coleman.
Thank you so much for the recognition, Mr. President. I'm actually looking at the special order calendar. It's not a bad special order. It's not. It's actually some bills on here that I support. But in order for any bill to make it to the special order calendar, it has to pass out of committee. Has to have the shot to pass out of committee. So I've had some good bills, but several of them haven't even gotten a committee hearing yet, but one, we had a public hearing. You know, again, it's not on the special order because I know that's what we're talking about right now is the special order. But Senate Bill 127, held up right now in the Judiciary Committee. had a public hearing where people came in, and this is actually the second year that I've handled this bill. Handled it last year in the House, and one of the first bills that I dropped as a new senator. But last year, we had folks to come give compelling testimony about what they had experienced as a child. What Senate Bill 127 does is it changes or expands the statute of limitation for those that are survivors of child sex abuse. Should be a no-brainer. Bills like this passing all over the country. But in the Alabama Senate, is being held up. Last week, we had folks to come and give their stories. The level of vulnerability to be able to come before this body that makes laws and tell how you were abused as a child and appeal to the committee to pass something where these folks can get some level of justice. It's not, they won't, some of them, their abusers are long gone and have died. So they're not going to have the opportunity to get any kind of justice as it relates to the criminal justice system. But they would have the ability, if this bill ever had an opportunity to pass out of committee, possibly make it to this floor, to get some level of justice, some level of recourse for those folks that abused them as a child. And why I just don't understand why we as a body wouldn't take on this issue. When you have folks, and to listen to a man come and tell his story about how he was abused by a school administrator, I don't know how that doesn't move you. To hear a woman tell the story about how she was abused 3 different times, I don't know how that does not move you to action. You know, oftentimes when we're running for office, folks talk about they want to protect the children. They want to protect the next generation. Well, we have the opportunity right now, because those adults now, they're still stuck at 3 years old, 8 years old, 11 years old, 16 years old when they were abused, and nobody has paid the price for that. Again, we can't get them on the criminal justice system, but we need to change the burden of the cost. And I use the word burden because right now, taxpayers are paying for that abuse. Many of these adults, throughout their adolescence, they've had to get mental health counseling. Some of them have ended up in foster care. Y'all are paying for this. So let's shift the burden from the taxpayers of the state of Alabama to the abusers and to those that allowed that abuse to happen. Why we don't think in this body that we should move forward with a piece of legislation like that, I have no idea. So I made an appeal last week, because again, it's not on this special order today. It won't get a chance to go on the special order calendar because we can't get a committee vote. I made the request for the bill to come up in committee this week. It didn't happen. I made an appeal last week in that committee. If someone has an issue with the bill, please let me know. Let's try to work it out. Let's see, can we come to some type of consensus? That's what we do as politicians. We negotiate. But if you don't know what the problem is, you're starting, you don't even have a starting point. Now, I heard over the weekend, because again, I appealed to them in the committee. If somebody has an issue with my bill, and I'm calling it mine just because I'm the sponsor of the bill, and there's a House sponsor also. This is a bipartisan piece of legislation. But this bill belongs to the survivors of child sex assault, child sex abuse, the victims / survivors. it belongs to them. I made an appeal in the committee, because remember, it will never make this special order calendar if we can't get it out of committee. That if we passed it out, wouldn't move it. Didn't get a chance to get a vote then. But I also said, if you have a problem, please make a phone, call me. When we walk through these halls, you didn't even have to call me. We walk through these hallways and there are lobbyists everywhere. Can I talk to you for a minute about this? Can I walk with you right now? Can I take 2 minutes of your time? Somebody could have stopped me in the hallway and said, you know, this is the issue that we have. Can we talk? Not a phone call, not a stop by the office, not a text message, not an email, not anything to discuss this bill. And again, it cannot make this special order if we don't even get it out of committee. And so I heard over the weekend that there might be one of the large industry or insurance, one of the big boys in the insurance industry that has an issue. They gave me a name, they gave me the entity. Those folks have not called me one time to have a discussion with the sponsor of the bill about this issue, so we could try to come to some level of consensus. So I'm a new senator, but I've been in this legislature for 20 years. Not ever, one time, have I not known who had an issue with my piece of legislation. Generally, people have the guts to come talk with you about it. That's all I'm asking for. Have the conversation. So I told them when we were talking in my office, I said, I don't know to say victims or survivors. I don't know which one, and I don't want to offend. And what they told me is on some days they're victims, and some days they're survivors. So each one of them or both of them works. But these folks need some level of justice. They need to be able to have some level of closure. And again, many of these survivors / victims are stuck at the age in which they were victimized. How low do you have to be to victimize a child? How low do we have to be as a body not to take the issue up? So I'm appealing one more time to those same folks. That insurance industry with that little short name, they haven't talked to me yet. But every single day until the end of this session, I'm going to talk about this bill and others that never make the special order calendar, because I deserve the respect as a member of this body to have a conversation. That has never happened to me in these 20 years. I've been in the majority party. When I first got here in 2002, I was a member of the majority party. There were 105 members in the House. There were 66 Democrats. That's all flipped now. Didn't happen to me when I was in the majority party. I've been a member of the minority party since 2010. Never happened to me ever that somebody would not come and have a conversation about a piece of legislation. I had to hear it from House members that don't even have a bill dropped. So I deserve the same level of respect as any other member in this body to have a conversation. These survivors deserve the conversation about why we in the state of Alabama will not give them some level of recourse, like Louisiana has, Georgia has, like Arkansas has. I know in this state of Alabama, folks don't like us to compare Alabama to non-southern states. I just gave you 3 that have passed these same types of bills that expand the statute of limitation. So these folks have within 2 years to file their grievance. But we're not giving them any justice whatsoever. Many of them suffer in silence. The man, and I won't call his name, he was sitting in my office, and I had to ask him, I said, you know, as women, because, I mean, unfortunately, most women that I know have been victimized in some form or fashion. It may not be physical, but in some form or fashion, they've had to deal with some level of trauma. So we have a community as women when we can talk about these issues, we can share. That is a part of the therapy. But for these men that were victimized as children, you know, I asked the gentleman in my office, you know, how do you deal with it? And he said he's kind of got a couple of people that he's in community with, because at his high school, they found out that he was not the only one that was victimized. They have to kind of share that amongst each. But he's actually, they don't really talk about it. You know, women, we talk about it. We try to purge. We want to get our feelings out. But he said, we don't talk about it. You know, we do other things together in community, but at least you know somebody else has experienced the same trauma that you have. But we have an opportunity, my colleagues, to help these folks, so they're not stuck at 2, 3, 5, 6, 17 years old. One of the survivors testified in the committee that every single time she's in a place where someone has the sit in the window air conditioner unit, that it takes her right back to the place, right back to the time when she was victimized. Every single time. Many, many years later, still deals with that trauma every single day. But we have an opportunity to help these folks if we can get a bill out of committee that will finally end up on this special order calendar. This calendar we have today, it's not a bad calendar. Normally, I wouldn't even get up and talk about maybe 1 or 2 of the bills on here that I have concerns about. But it would be really nice if those folks in that big insurance conglomerate with that really short name will come and have a conversation with me so we can try to come to some consensus. And we may not be able to get there, but at least we have had the conversation. I have not been given the privilege or the respect of a conversation. But this calendar itself, again, not a bad calendar at all. Joint Transportation Committee, you know, the term of chair and vice chair revised, you know, really not an issue there. I've actually tried to get on Joint Transportation Committee for a lot of years now. The interim Joint Transportation, I hadn't been able to get on it. It's probably my stance on public transportation, that still in the state of Alabama, we don't give any state dollars to public transportation, which most states have some portion, you know, where it says that one little section that just identifies how the gas tax ought to be spent. We ought to also include the words "and public transportation." So maybe that's why I've never been in the 20 years been able to get on that Joint Transportation Committee. Although I've been treated very well. We used to call it the Highway Department. And we still operate, to me, in many cases in the state of Alabama, like it's the Highway Department. It's the Department of Transportation. Director Cooper has been great to me. We've been able to get some work done, partner with my county commission, get some stuff done. As a matter of fact, I got a phone call today from one of my city council members trying to find out in the city of Pleasant Grove, actually the city that I live in, are there some things that they can apply for because they need some paving done there. So maybe I'll get a chance to have, maybe the director will have, you know, the respect that he's always had with me through the years, and we'll have that conversation. Unlike those folks who have never talked to me as of even today on Senate Bill 127. So the next bill we have on environmental covenants, I'm not sure, I have to look that one up. I wish I would have written down the pages. Let's see what that one is about today. I don't think I have an issue with that one, but you know, when folks are listening, they don't realize that during the legislative session, we have anywhere from 300 to 500 bills, sometimes 800 bills a session, and nobody gets an opportunity to read every single piece of legislation. But when I vote on these things, oh, it's on there. Look at this in the Alabama Senate. Y'all better go ahead. It has the page number on there for me, right on the special order. That's the first time I've actually noticed that. So let's look at page 45, and let's see what that one is about, because I think I'm okay. Relating to the fishing required to state health community issue advisory, okay. Panel to advise and discussion. Okay, all right, that one looks good. So you know, I'm not a fisherwoman or a fisher person. I don't go fishing. My dad loves to fish. It's been hard for him to fish, though he's completely wheelchair bound right now, but that was one of the things growing up, that was kind of his place of solace. But it's just too quiet for me to go out there. You know, I like sound. You know, some people tell me that I need to probably take a little bit of peace sometimes, then maybe I'll calm down a little bit. I don't know, but that hadn't been my thing. But I remember one time we had a bill on gill net fishing. That's the one thing that you do have the opportunity while serving here in this body is you learn about all kinds of things that you never thought you would have learned about. Who in the world knew that there was a battle at one point between sport fishing, gill fishing, and those folks that actually fish for a living? I hope I have the terminology correct. But those are the times that we have to really build those relationships, trust our colleagues, trust folks that are in that industry, because that's not my wheelhouse. You know, I'm a lawyer by trade. I practice primarily family law, domestic relations, although I think I just took my last divorce in December. I don't think I'm going to end up taking any more divorces anymore, but you know, that's not my wheelhouse. So on those types of issues, I have to trust my colleagues and trust folks and, you know, try to get some direction from some of my rural legislators. But there was a big old battle one time about gill net fishing, sport fishing, and all of those folks.
All right, Senator, the time is up on the calendar. All right, Secretary, what was the motion? Senator Wagner used the short roll, I think. Any objection to that? Senator Coleman? Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. The special order calendar is adopted. Secretary, call the first bill on the calendar.
On page 26 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 233 by Senator Chambliss relating to the Joint Transportation Committee. BIR pending.
Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, I move the BIR using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 26 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 233 by Senator Chambliss relating to the Joint Transportation Committee. Committee amendment pending.
Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the committee amendment. Could you read the committee amendment for me?
All right, Secretary, can you read the committee amendment, please?
Replace line 80 on page 3 with the following: Department of Revenue shall collect the information. And replace line 140 on page 5 with the following: described in subdivision 11 at the first quarterly.
Mr. President, we have an updated amendment, so I would move that we table the committee amendment.
All right, all those in favor say aye. Any opposed? This committee amendment is tabled. All right, Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, I have an amendment.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill 233 by Senator Chambliss. Replace lines 74 through 75 on page 3 with the following: 1998-192 shall provide a similar report to the Transportation Department regarding the total amount of.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the amendment using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Chambliss amendment's adopted. All right, Senator Chambliss.
Mr. President, this bill changes the way that we elect our chair and vice chair and gives provision for re-election if a vacation on the Joint Transportation Committee. The subcommittee and the full committee has recommended adoption. And with that, I would move final passage using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 233 passes. Thank you, Senator Chambliss.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 46 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 268 by Senator Livingston relating to environmental covenants. BIR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, I move the BIR using previous roll with no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays, the BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 46 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 268 by Senator Livingston relating to environmental covenants.
Mr. President,
Senator Livingston.
Mr. President, in 2012, the legislature removed environmental covenants from underground storage tanks. This bill simply retreats the above-ground storage tanks in the same way by removing that covenant. And if there are no questions, I'd move for final passage using previous rule without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 268 passes. Thanks, Senator Livingston.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 17 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 64 by Senator Singleton relating to jury service. BR pending.
Mr. President, move for the BR using free roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 17 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 64 by Senator Singleton relating to jury service. Committee amendment pending.
Senator Singleton.
What does the committee amendment do? I don't remember. Move for the adoption of the committee amendment using free roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
I don't.
34 ayes, 0 nays. The committee amendment's adopted. Senator Singleton.
I hope it didn't say Bobby Singleton can't be on jury no more. Mr. President, I would like to offer an amendment. I don't know what that amendment does, what this will do. But ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment, please.
Same one? Okay. Thank you. Well, what that amendment did was just raise the limit up to 75 instead of age 70, because I started hearing from some other judges and all in terms of people having access to the number of people to be able to have a pool from. 70 was too young for them, so 75 was that expected day, so we moved from 70 to 75. With that, Mr. President, I move for the passage of SB 64 as amended by using the previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 64 passes amended. Thanks, Senator Singleton. Before I call the next bill, I want to recognize some special guests in the gallery. When I call your name, if you could please stand. The members of the Spanish Fort Junior City Council and Spanish Fort Mayor Mike McMillan and City Council Member Carl Gustafson. The guest of Senator Elliott, Senator Figgers, Senator Albright. If you could please stand. Welcome to the Alabama Senate. All right, Secretary, call the next bill, please.
On page 30 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 300 by Senator Orr relating to the Alabama School Principal Leadership and Mentoring Act. BR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Orr.
I move adoption of the BR using the previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 30 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 300 by Senator Orr relating to education.
Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have pre-filed there a substitute.
Substitute for Senate Bill number 300 by Senator Orr.
Mr. President, thank you. Members, this substitute adds a few little details, moves some language around from the back to the front. This bill will be important for principals and compensating them and upping the training for principals. Also, there's a stipend in here for hard-to-fill schools that are struggling. It'll help us have a better system of principal preparation and training, and also, like I said, compensate them accordingly if they take that training. And there's some accountability. If they raise the bar for the school and they have better outputs, they could get a bonus for that. So I know the principals are very much for it around the state. I'd move third reading using the previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Orr substitute's adopted. Senator Orr. All right, Senator Barfoot. We're on final passage as amended on Senator Orr's bill.
I move for final passage as amended using previous rule if no objection.
All right, any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 300 passes amended as substitute. Thanks, Senator Orr. Thanks, Senator Barfoot. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 31 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 76 by Senator Barfoot relating to the Alabama Forestry Commission, BIR pending.
All right, I want to recognize a special guest in the gallery, the guest of Senator Stewart. When I call your name, if you could please stand. Miss Sharon Dooley, the Public Affairs Specialist with the U.S. Small Business Administration. If you could please stand, welcome to the Alabama Senate. All right, Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. I move for adoption of the BIR using previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 31 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 76 by Senator Barfoot relating to the Alabama Forestry Commission. Committee substitute pending.
Mr. President, I'd move for adoption of that committee substitute using previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. The committee substitute's adopted. Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. See Senator Smitherman over there. I believe he has an amendment to the adopted sub, and it's a friendly amendment. I'd ask my colleagues to consider that.
Senator Smitherman. All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment, please.
Amendment to the substitute for Senate Bill 76 by Senator Smitherman. Replace line 98 on page 4 with the following. And the forest products industry, 6, coordinate its appointments to the advisory committee to assure that the committee membership is inclusive and reflects the racial, gender, geographic, urban, rural, and economic diversity of the state.
Mr. President,
Senator Smitherman.
if there's no objection, I ask unanimous consent to use previous rule to adoption of the amendment.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Smitherman amendment is adopted. Thanks, Senator Smitherman.
All right, thank you, Senator.
All right, Senator Barfoot.
And members.
If there are no questions, I'd move for final passage of SB 76 as adopted, substitute adopted, and therefore amended using previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 76 passes amended. Senator Barfoot, thank you. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 41 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 221 by Senator Butler relating to the State Board of Genetic Counseling. BR pending.
Senator Butler.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the BIR using previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 41 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 221 by Senator Butler relating to the Board of Genetic Counseling. Committee amendment pending.
Mr. President, I move adoption of the committee amendment using previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. The committee amendment's adopted. Senator Butler.
Mr. President, I move third reading at length be dispensed with and unanimous consent to use previous rule.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 221 passed amended. Thanks, Senator Butler. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 46 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 280 by Senator Hovey relating to the Secretary of State. BR pending.
Senator Hovey.
Mr. President, if there is no objection, I move for BIR using previous rule, please.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 46 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 280 by Senator Hovey relating to the Secretary of State.
All right, Senator Hovey.
Thank you, Mr. President. This bill is pretty simple. We're just asking to minimize or to lessen the amount of hardbound copies that the Secretary of State, hardbound copies of our state codes and acts held and retained by the Secretary of State from 10 copies to 5. If there's no other questions, I move for final passage. Using the previous roll, please.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 280 passes. Thank you, Senator Hovey. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 34 of the calendar, House Bill number 40 by Representative Hill relating to justices and judges, a BIR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Gavan.
I'm here paying my homage to Representative Hill, especially since my judge bill's on his calendar tomorrow, hopefully first up. But anyway, at this point in time, I would move the BIR using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted, and certainly wise to pay homage to Senator Judge Hill. So, Senator Gavan.
At this point, Mr. President, I have an amendment.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill 40 as engrossed by Senator Gavan. After line 151 on page 6, insert the following. A retired justice or judge who is called to active duty status pursuant to this section shall not be a public official under Chapter 25 of Title 36 by virtue of his or her office under this section. After line 236 on page 9, insert the following. A retired judge who is called to active duty status pursuant to this section shall not be public official under Chapter 25 of Title 36 by virtue of his or her service under this section.
I'm just trying some time.
Mr. President, so this bill is about retired judges and being able to bring retired judges into the system, back into the system to work on cases and help with backlogs. It has got it's got mechanisms built in here to protect on that. It has limitations on how many days they could serve. It would require the chief judge of a circuit to agree to it and the chief justice. The idea is that this is a complement to what Senator Smitherman and I just did with our judge bill that hopefully will pass the House this week. But there are a lot of smaller jurisdictions that might have temporary backlogs. And the idea with this bill is that this would allow retired judges to come back into service and be able to handle those backlogs on a short-term basis. But this particular amendment is not bringing them within the full scope of the ethics laws, as these would be basically part-time judges and not throwing them in the one-size-fits-all scheme of the ethics laws. Honestly, I don't remember whose idea it was. This is an amendment I was given and asked to introduce. So I see my colleague from Jefferson County over, and I will yield to him.
Mr. Chairman.
Senator Smitherman.
Was there some amendments put on in the House? Those amendments, was it some amendments put on? And then if they were put on, did they follow up here to the?
Anything that would have come in the House would have come up here in gross. So I can't speak to the actual amendments in the machinations that they went through in the House to get this version out, Senator. I just don't know.
I'm trying to see in that case, I asked the page to go get me a copy of the bill.
Okay.
I'd like to talk a few minutes just to kind of see if some of those are engrossed in there.
Now, I've got the bill right here if you want to look at it.
Well, I want to exchange with you to get it kind of oh, okay. All right, thank you. I won't be long because to tell you the real truth, see, you didn't ask me to tell you any truth, but I'm going to tell you the real truth. I was really waiting on an amendment for the next bill, so. So you'll know I always will be honest with you. I have been all year, and I will continue to be. I will not do that, and I'm gonna even be more honest with you than that. The amendment that I was waiting on is right here now, so but I do want to find that out, though, that, you know what I mean? That's so, it won't take us long, but I want to find out, because I know that there were some amendments in here.
Well, there's actually, I see now there was a substitute, Senator.
This is the substitute, the engross.
Would it be okay with the Senator if we went ahead and adopted the amendment while you were?
Yeah, go right on, go on, yeah.
This time, I would move for adoption of the amendment using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
What did the amendment?
34 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Gavin amendment's adopted.
I'm sorry, Mr. President, may I be recognized?
You're good, yeah. All right, you want to be recognized? Sure.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you're recognized.
What did it do? I did what you told me to do, to read it. I said aye, but.
I wasn't trying to hoodoo you.
Oh, I knew you wasn't.
I'll just read it, because that's the easiest thing it's not very long. A retired justice or judge who is called to active duty status pursuant to this section shall not be a public official under Section 25, Title 30.
Oh, I remember that now. I remember you talking about it a few minutes ago. Okay, let's see. Okay, all right, that, I don't have any other, questions about nothing whatsoever. I appreciate that. And, it's back to you.
All right.
And,
All right, thank you, Senator Smithman.
yeah.
Thank you, Senator.
All right, Senator Gavin.
So if there are no further questions, I'll move for final passage using previous roll without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, you object? Okay, you want the... All right.
We got it.
All right. Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
Thirty-three ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. House Bill 40 passes. Thank you, Senator Gavin. Secretary called next bill.
On page 20 of the calendar, Senate Bill 163 by Senator Williams relating to countywide civil service systems. BR pending.
Yeah, Mr. President, can I go ahead and pass the BR using previous roll?
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays, 1 abstention. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 20 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 163 by Senator Williams relating to countywide civil service systems.
Mr. President, I believe my friendly senator on the other end has an amendment he wants to.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment.
Amendment to Senate Bill 163 by Senator Smitherman. Replace line 80 on page 3 with the following.
Mr. President.
Senator Smithman.
What the amendment does, it just basically gives some guidelines as to the procedures that has been used and are akin to those procedures that his system now, even though it's changed, will be using similar procedures to in terms of applicants and the opportunity for employment. So if there's no other questions, I'll move for passage of the amendment, ask unanimous consent, use previous roll.
All right, any objection?
Well, previous roll, I want to change back to aye on this one.
All right, any objection using previous roll? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 34 ayes, 0 nays. The Smithman Amendment is adopted.
Thank you,
right.
Senator Williams.
Thank you, Senator
and body.
Smithman.
Thank you, Mr. President.
All right, Senator Williams.
Yes, this is just a civil service bill where we can hire people outside the system. We've had two different cities already opt out, went to court and won their cases, so I'm just trying to make it easier to hire. If there's no other questions, I'd like to pass the bill using previous roll.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 163 passes amended. Thanks, Senator Williams. Secretary, call the next bill on the calendar.
On page 18 of the calendar, House Bill number 82 by Representative Pringle relating to crimes and offenses. BIR pending.
Senator Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move the BIR, previous roll, no objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 18 of the calendar, House Bill number 82 by Representative Pringle relating to crimes and offenses.
Senator Weaver.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is a bill that is very important to Representative Pringle personally. It deals with amending the law to make it a crime of manslaughter if a person knowingly sells, furnishes, or delivers a controlled substance to someone in violation of the law and the person receiving the drugs dies as a result of that use. So if there are no questions, I'd like to move final passage, use the previous roll, no objection.
Mr. President,
Senator Singleton.
Senator, I have an amendment I would like for you to consider. This bill is about fentanyl, right? And that's the main thing.
Well, it actually covers all controlled substances illegal, not just fentanyl, but yes, it would apply to fentanyl.
I know we're getting to that, and I don't want to just surprise you. Let me just start my hour, and I'm not going to take an hour, so I can have my time, okay? So it's 2 o'clock. But I want to pass you this.
What's he doing? Is he offering an amendment? Hey, Matt, is he offering an amendment? On the regular bill? Hey, come up here for a second.
I was just going to talk.
All right,
let me just say this.
Now, are you offering an amendment, or are you?
Yeah, I'm not going to offer an amendment right now. I'm talking before I get there. I want to explain what we're doing right here.
Okay, sounds good.
Let's say
recognized.
So what we're doing is that what I don't want is an unintended consequence because, Senator, let's say for instance, a Xanax is maybe a controlled substance, right? It is a controlled substance. You may be having an attack and I have a Xanax and I give you one, now I've given you something that if it causes a untimely death or you're an adult who received it from me, I don't want that to be an unintended consequence. So if I say, give me something for my headache, and so if we're talking about something that dealing with fentanyl, then I want it to be that containing that product that contains fentanyl would be in violation. Instead of the proximate cause, I want it to be more of that person dies as a result of a direct from that controlled substance versus the proximate cause. Because when you start talking about proximate cause legally under law, it could be that with something else. I don't want it to be because you have some high blood pressure, you're going to die anyway. You know what I'm saying? But it need to be directly from that drug that you die versus that and something else that you already dying from and that caused that death. And so when the cause of death may come out, it may say that you died from this fentanyl, but you were dying from heart problem anyway. But we needed to know that it was directly from the fentanyl that you died from. That's the second part of that amendment. The first part just basically want to deal with fentanyl to make sure that we're not catching anybody else in a trap, because you may go down the hall and say, I got a headache, and somebody offer you an 800 milligram ibuprofen, which now is a controlled substance, and you go in your office and it causes you to have a heart attack and you die. There was no intent on that person to give you that to kill you. Okay, but the intent was just to help you with your headache.
I hear what you're saying. At the appropriate time, I would like to move to adopt.
I'm sorry?
To adopt this amendment.
You will?
Yes.
Okay, no problem. I would like to offer an amendment.
Desk, receive and read the amendment.
Amendment to House Bill number 82 is engrossed by Senator Singleton. Replace line 31 on page 2 with the following: delivers or distributes a controlled substance containing fentanyl in violation. Replace line 34 on page 2 with the following: dies as a result of the use of the controlled.
Mr. President, I think the author of this bill, the senator will accept this as a friendly amendment. I'd like to offer that as a friendly amendment using previous rule without objection.
And I agree with that.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. The Singleton Amendment is adopted.
Thank you.
I'd like to ask for final passage using previous rule, no objections.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you, Mr.
Strawbritton.
Thank you,
Mr. Williams.
Senator.
Thank you, Senator Singleton. 34 ayes, no nays. HB 82 is passed. Thank you, Senator Weaver.
Thank you, President.
Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 39 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 289 by Senator Gavan relating to political action committees. BR pending.
Senator Gavan.
Mr. President, I move the BR using previous roll. Well, do we have a good previous roll? I assume we do. Okay, I move BR using previous roll if there's no objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 38 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 289 by Senator Gavan relating to elections.
Senator Gavan.
At this time, I would like to move final passage using previous roll if there's no objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. SB 289 passes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Gavan. Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 47 of the calendar, Senate Bill 292 by Senator Roberts relating to taxation. BR pending.
Senator Roberts.
Mr. President, I can move BR using previous roll without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 47 of the calendar, Senate Bill 292 by Senator Roberts.
Senator Roberts.
Mr. President, this bill cuts through red tape for nonprofits, charities, and other tax-exempt entities by streamlining the process for which they go about doing this, in conjunction with great work by the DOR and our contractors across the state. I'd like to ask for final passage using previous roll without objection.
Any objection?
Mr. President.
Senator Singleton.
I'd just like to ask a question, too.
You recognize.
And this is based on nonprofits?
Yes, sir. Existing nonprofits, it brings them under the same statute as both, this is governmental, non-governmental together. They'll all be under the same group. It's not every nonprofit, Senator. It's the ones that are already approved to have purchasing the materials with that nonprofits status is what it is. It's not every nonprofit in the state. It's the one that currently have it that we have given that opportunity to do. It streamlines and puts in the same process that already exists for other governmental and non-governmental. It's the same process where it makes it easier to get this done without a bunch of cumbersome work.
So what you want to do is to give them a tax break on the work?
No, sir. This is a
on buying materials?
This is a zero fiscal note. We're not extending that to anyone else. We've already done that for certain groups. We're allowing the process to be the same, working through the DOR as it was with others. All we're doing is combining that into the same process.
Okay,
it's
through
a
the
zero
Department of
fiscal
Revenue.
note,
I got you.
sir.
Okay.
Zero
All right.
fiscal note.
I got you.
I renew my motion, Mr. President.
All right, the motion is passage using previous roll. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. SB 292 passes. Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator
On
Roberts.
page 6 of the calendar, Senate Bill 176 by Senator Orr relating to the Student Right to Know Act of 2023. BR pending.
Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. Move adoption of the BR using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 6 of the calendar, Senate Bill 176 by Senator Orr relating to education.
Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I have a substitute to offer.
Desks receive and read the substitute.
Substitute for Senate Bill 176 by Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Orr.
They have the same numbers at the top. Okay, I'm just checking. We had a problem with lots of substitutes floating around the other day. Mr. President, this is a bill that will bring together the average cost of the tuition and the cost for education of the 50 most in-demand jobs, and then list out the jobs, how much the education's cost, match those with the most in-demand jobs, so people and students can see, and potential students can see if their degree is going to wind them up on a pathway to a job that is in demand and what that job would pay. Seeing no questions, I'd move adoption of the substitute using the previous roll, Mr. President.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. The substitute's adopted.
Seeing no question, Mr. President, I'd move third reading using the previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. SB 176 receives its third reading. Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 32 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 281 by Senator Albritton relating to motor vehicle registrations. BR pending.
Hey, Mr. President.
Senator Albritton.
Move for passage of the BIR using previous roll without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. Secretary, call the bill.
I'll get one a little bit.
On page 32 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 281 by Senator Albritton relating to motor vehicle registrations.
Senator Albritton.
Mr. President, this is a specialty tag dealing with the battleship chairman and such, so that they can have their own tag in order. If there's no questions, move for final passage using previous roll without objection.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
34 ayes, no nays. SB 281 receives its third reading. Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Albritton.
On page 44 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 181 by Senator Smitherman relating to public K-12 education. BR pending.
Senator Smitherman.
Mr. President, I ask for unanimous consent to use previous roll on the adoption of the BIR.
Any objection? Got any objections? Call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen.
Hey, how are you? Just fine.
Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Schofield. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Twenty-six ayes, 5 nays. The BR is adopted. All right, Secretary, call the bill.
Page 43 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 181 by Senator Smitherman relating to public K through 12 education. Committee amendment pending.
Senator Smitherman.
Mr. President, this is a committee amendment that I put on there my own self, and what it does, it says that children that are 14 years or under do not have to have physical cross-examination. They can submit in writing their statements, and that was one of the things that was requested to be compromised too, and that's what we did. So at this time, I would ask for use previous role for the passage of the amendment.
All right. Objection using previous role? Okay. Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
Twenty-six ayes, 5 nays. The committee amendment's adopted. Senator Smitherman.
If there's no other questions, then I'll move for final passage with unanimous consent to use the previous role.
All right. Any objection? All right.
As amended.
Secretary, call the long roll.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Carnley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman-Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr.
Oh, okay.
Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Schofield. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman.
He's coming in. Aye.
Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
Eleven ayes, 20 nays. Senate Bill 181 fails. All right, Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 36 of the calendar, Senate Bill 223 by Senator Figures relating to criminal procedure. BR pending.
Senator Figures.
Thank you, Mr. President. I'd like to move for the adoption of the BIR for SB 223, calling the long roll, please.
All right, Secretary, call the, I'm sorry, do you want to speak to that?
I'd like to speak to it.
All right, do you want to go to, which mic do you want to speak to?
It's my bill, Senator.
I know.
All right, Senator Smith, you're recognized on the BR.
President, I really want to take this opportunity to talk about the last vote. I'm very disappointed because last year we passed the same identical bill out of the Senate where we almost had unanimous vote. The only thing changed about the bill from last year to this year was the fact that I added an additional feature at the request of the school board people who didn't want to cross-examine young people at all, a compromise that young people 14 and under would not have to face cross-examination. It's obvious that they did a good lobbying effort among my colleagues to defeat the bill. I do think that it is a sad day because our young people are the only ones in this state that do not have due process. They're the only ones. And as we move forward, I think I need to do a better job of educating my colleagues as to the detrimental of not having due process for young people, what it causes for students. I think 2 years ago we had a public hearing where the lady talked about how her son was unnecessarily suspended out of school for a year for something that he didn't even do. But yet she did not have the opportunity, the other child, to have any kind of due process. So as a result of that, that's generally what took place. I think if you look in the schools, and I'm gonna, as we move forward in the next 10 days, I'm gonna make sure that everyone understands and knows the statistics that I shared in the very beginning last year regarding who is getting suspended, who is getting how many days, and for what reasons. I think I told you all the story about a young man who was standing in the hallway. And he was standing in the hallway at age 5. And standing in the hallway at age 5, the teacher was taking him to the office so that he would be punished for hitting another child in the classroom. The teacher had the 3 5-year-old witnesses with them as the teacher was taking this young man to the classroom to get him written up by the principal, to the principal's office. The young man happens to be standing there, really, I guess, I don't know the right word to say, but it was looking a little pitiful because he didn't have an opportunity to speak whatsoever. Due process allows you the opportunity to speak, and it allows you the opportunity to confront, whether in this case, the amendment would have said that if it was somebody 14 and under, you confront them in writing, and they respond to you in writing, you respond back questions in writing. Anyone over 14, then you get a chance to cross-examine them as they make the accusation. The reason 14 was the number because at age 15, you're able to drive. And if you're able to drive, you should be responsible for whatever comments that you may make. As I told that story, I said that I walked back into that school, and the person who was taking the child there, I asked them, I sat there and observed, and I asked them to one question. I asked them, I said, did you ask the young man why he hit the student? Remember, this due process we talking. No due process was given to this young man whatsoever. So I asked the teacher. She said no, because these three students here substantiate that he hit them. He hit the person. I said, well, would you do me a favor? And this is due process in action. I said, would you ask the young man, why did he hit the young man? That now you're taking him to the office for him to be written up on his school record, a record that will follow him for the rest of his life. And then reluctantly, the teacher asked him. When she asked him, this is what he said. She asked him, why did you hit the young man? And she said that, the young man answered by saying this. This is what he answered by saying. He said, because he hit me first. The teacher looked with dismay because the teacher didn't ask the question, didn't allow the child to have due process. By the way, the three little girls that were standing with the teacher then responded without being asked. That's right. He hit, the young man hit him first. So as a result of this young man, by no opportunity of the school or the state of Alabama, was allowed a moment because of my intervention to have a moment of due process. Now let me say this to you. I heard the senator from Shelby County and from Chilton talk about an incident where there was a shooting. And as a result of that, she came into this body because that was something very personal to her. And she made us know that, and as a result of that, she felt very strong about the need to change, I think it was the Good Time bill. Well, I want to share with everyone in here. You heard that story I just told y'all? That due process is very personal to me because that young man I told y'all about, that's the same young man y'all saw paid for y'all in here. The same one that was sitting over there is the one that the teacher had in the hall ready to take in there, and I asked her to ask these questions. The same one you saw sitting over there that paid for you was getting ready to get written up for no reason in school. So now, Let me say the other thing to you. You remember when I told y'all the story about going into the drugstore? And when I told you the first time I went in there, I had the jogging suits on. And I said I had Ray-Bans and a hat. And I had a young man with me with the jogging suit on. And they rung the bell. And they had security following us. Because guess what? They didn't know. They had no clue whatsoever that I was a lawyer, that I was with all coach and all of that. When I went back in there, senator, when I went back in there after church with a suit on like this, with my shoes on, I told him, I said, let's go back. I said, now I'm going to show you the point I'm making to you. This is my own son, my oldest son. I said, I'm going to show you the point, not my grandson, but I'm going to show you the point I'm going to make to you. I said, when we go back in, because they didn't never know who I was, dressed the way I was. When I went back in there with him, no ding-dings. Time I hit the door, they said, how you doing, Senator Smithman? And then they went on about their business.
Senator Smithman, time is up.
Okay.
All right. Senator Figures, what was your motion on?
My motion was to use the long roll to pass the
Okay.
BIR.
All right. Secretary, call the long roll. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Allen. Mr. Barfoot. Mr. Beasley. Mr. Bell. Mr. Butler. Mr. Conley. Mr. Chambliss. Mr. Chastain. Ms. Coleman. Ms. Coleman Madison. Mr. Elliott. Ms. Figures. Mr. Gavan. Mr. Gudger. Mr. Hatcher. Mr. Hovey. Mr. Jones. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Livingston. Mr. Melson. Mr. Orr. Mr. Price. Mr. Reed. Mr. Roberts. Mr. Schofield. Mr. Sessions. Mr. Shelnut. Mr. Singleton. Mr. Smitherman. Mr. Stewart. Mr. Stutz. Mr. Wagner. Ms. Weaver. Mr. Williams.
$33 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 36 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 223 by Senator Figures relating to criminal procedure.
Senator Figures.
President, thank you, Mr. President. Senate Bill 223 basically amends law that is already enacted. The current statute only allows hearsay for a child victim who is less than 12. And how we're amending it, the amendment would allow hearsay for child witnesses of violent crimes who are less than 12 years old. This is important because we frequently have children, young children, who witness violent crimes. The child witness would have to testify in court and be subject to cross-examine, but this would make it consistent with the statutes relating to closed-circuit testimony and video deposition of children. Mr. President, I move for final passage of SB 223, reading at length to be dispensed with. Without objection, use previous roll, please.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 223 passes. Thanks, Senator Figurs.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members of the Senate. Mr. President,
Senator Figurs.
I'd like to, at this time, call out of order Senate Bill 224. 224 and 223 is a package of bills that we are amending of current law, and Senator Wagner, the Rules Chair, did not realize it was a package. I've spoken to him, and I've spoken to the Duty Chair as well. So without objections, I would hope that I could bring that up so they can continue to move together.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered. Secretary, call up Senate Bill
Bill
224, please.
Thank you, Mr. President.
On page 37 of the calendar, Senate Bill number 224 by Senator Figurs relating to crimes and offenses, BR pending.
Senator Figurs.
Mr. President, I'd like to move the BIR for Senate Bill 224 using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 37 of the calendar, Senate Bill 224 by Senator Figurs relating to crimes and offenses.
Senator Figurs.
Mr. President, I have an amendment to offer for this bill, please.
All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment, please.
Amendment to Senate Bill 224 by Senator Figurs. Replace line 130 on page 5 with the following. Place in the county of residence of the victim or defendant or any county.
Mr. President, I move for adoption of the amendment using previous roll without objection.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Figurs amendment's adopted. Senator Figurs.
Mr. President, Senator Carnley has an amendment that he'd like to offer, please.
All right, Senator Carnley.
Yes, I talked with Senator Figurs in committee and didn't have time to get the amendment prepared, but we discussed this and she was agreeable with adding this. This would just update the language to change the age from 16 to 17 to be consistent with the child pornography age in Alabama. And I would like to offer that amendment to this
bill. All right, Secretary, read and receive the amendment, please.
Amendment to Senate Bill 224 by Senator Carnley. Replace line 9 on page 1 with the following. This crime, a child, is a person who is under 17 years. Replace line 79 on page 3 with the following. Includes any person under 17 years of age. Replace line 153 on page 6 with the following. Where the victim is under 17 years of age on the.
Mr. President.
Yes, Senator Figurs, or Senator Carnley.
Would ask that we would adopt the resolution using previous roll with unanimous consent.
Amendment.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Thank you, Senator Figurs.
Mr. Albritton.
Thank you, Senator Carnley.
Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The Senator Carnley amendment's adopted.
Mr. President.
Senator Figurs.
I'd like to move for final passage of SB 224 as amended, reading at length to be dispensed with, using previous roll without objection, please.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. Senate Bill 224 passes. Thanks, Senator Figurs.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, members of the Senate.
All right, Secretary, call the next bill on the calendar.
On page 49 of the calendar, House Bill number 352 by Representative Baker relating to amusement rides and water slides. BR pending.
Mr. President.
Senator Albritton.
Move for passage of BIR using previous roll without objection.
Mr. President.
All right. Yes,
Just
Senator
like to
Smithman.
get recognized, talk to the BIR.
You're recognized.
All right. Let's see. Where was I? Oh yeah. And I was sharing the story about the due process, I think. And of course, the connection is that, you know, these little kids, they like to ride these rides. And it really, even though due process, we're talking about in the schools, it's amazing that if they ride them rides out there and they get injured in amusement where the senator is trying to protect us from with this bill, then they can get due process. If they get injured out there, they can go into the court and they can sit there and get due process all day long. They can confront the ride people about the safety of the ride. They can confront those people about whether or not they instructed and trained their workers well, and all those things. But yet, in the story that I was telling you all, and I think I was talking about the senator who represents Chilton County, and I was using that bill not to talk about the bill, but to express to you all that was something that she felt real personal about because of her experiences, because of what took place about that person coming up there and harming those people. And in this one, I tried to give you an illustration. 2 illustrations. I was finished. Let me finish the second one. That's where I was. But when I went back in there with the suit on and with him, then they recognized who I was, and all of a sudden, no ding-dings, no security person running around trying to watch, because I was given the benefit of the doubt of who I was. My son was given the benefit of the doubt because he was with me. But in the situation in the school, because the teacher didn't know that that was my grandson, and she didn't have a clue who I was, that's the reality of what really happens. Thank you very much. That's the realities of what really happens to African American students when there's not a due process. I'm not saying they're the only ones, but what I'm telling you, they don't get the first benefit of the doubt. They are just like he was. They are guilty until they prove their innocence, but yet they can't have due process to prove their innocence. And guess what, everybody? Them high-powered people from the superintendent's office who call y'all, and the board, those people who call y'all and told y'all to vote no, they got folks standing out there in the hallway lobbying you. That's a fact. They out there. Y'all know it, I know it. But when you walk out of here, them little children ain't gonna have nobody out there to stand up for their opportunity when they're accused and kicked out of school for petty stuff. They don't have anybody out there to speak for them. And it don't look like they have 11 folks in here to speak for them, because I have the vote sheet, and it's obvious that only 11 folks care about whether these kids get treated right in school or not. And that's the sad thing. I mean, I'm not accusing people. I'm just holding up the vote. That's all I'm holding. So it ain't like I'm making accusations. This speaks for itself. But you know something? I'm going to continue to talk about these facts, and I'm going to continue to make it known what's happening to these young people as we move forward through this process.
Mr. President, I'd like to just leave the mic with the senator, of course, but I'd like just to ask him a question or two.
Sure.
So I received a text, Senator, some time ago, last 24 hours, about this bill, which I didn't have a problem supporting. But the point that this superintendent made, he said, we already have a federal process in place. And so my question is, I didn't write him back, but do you know, is there some federal law that's in play across the state regarding student rights or hearings or, some kind of adjudication of expulsion or something like, that's the first I'd heard of it. I didn't follow up, but I just didn't know if you might know of something that may already be in place per federal law. That was news to me.
There's no due process law. There are federal laws telling them what they ought to do and not to do. But there's no due process when a person is accused. See, them being told what they ought to do and a student being given due process is two different things. They might say, well, we got a system set up. And the system set up, somebody come in there and tell them that somebody did something. They sit there and listen, and then they decide they believe them or not believe them. If they don't believe them, then they arbitrarily set whatever punishment they want to somebody. We even in this state determined that we had to have the Sentencing Commission so that you would have every circuit doing just what you got every school doing. And that is, this school over here may give them a slap on the wrist. This school system suspend them for 25 days. See what I mean? And it has no,
There's no consistency across the, we're not going to have sentencing guidelines for schools.
No,
but,
no.
There's a whole lot of inconsistencies with what different districts are doing when it comes to expulsions or suspensions or whatever.
That's right. And the due process does not determine whether the person is innocent or guilty. The due process determines that they have a right to confront somebody who's saying, somebody come in there and told you did this. And then now the process, they call you in the office, ain't nobody in there but you, the teacher, and the principal. And even under the system, and even under the, now they come to my mind when you asked about the federal thing, even come to in the system, not the example I gave you, you heard me giving, even under that example, the federal government is saying that they shouldn't talk to the kid that young unless they got a parent or guardian there. It wasn't no parent or guardian there, and I'm talking about my grandson. Because I'm the one who they should have talked to or called. I hadn't been gone from the school 10 minutes. All they had to do was call. That's why I came back, because I forgot to get a lunch money. You see what I mean? So all they do is say, we got a problem, we need you to come on back. Just like I came back then, I would have. They ain't said a word. So due process, even in the federal system, it's not due process. But even the rules in the federal system require that they have somebody there. But it still doesn't allow due process for the person, the accuser, to be accused. Okay? I'll give you another example. And I was just talking about these situations. I ain't gonna hold you up here long. But another example. I talked to, and I did, how things, when you see it, things just kind of rolls up. I talked to my son last night. He lives in Nashville. He has a son that's in the 10th grade. He was in science lab, and him and some kids was in there joking and whatever like that. The teachers gets upset with him, not none of the rest of them, with his son, and tell his son, wrote up in a report, said that they were playing and as though they caused some mild harm to a kid. You know how I guess they were running some experiment with fire or something. And as a result, he was going to get a 0 for that day. So my son said he went up to the school, asked to talk to the principal and everything, and said, well, if she tells you that a child got hurt, okay, then was the child referred to the nurse? They have a nurse there in that school. And I can just tell you, this one of them, I put it like this, it's in Brentwood. So if you know about Brentwood, until you know the level of everything they got at them schools. Well, and then the teacher stopped, because the principal was there, and the teacher said, well, no. Well, he asked her, he said, but you just said that it was an injury. So did anybody, you referred this injury to anybody? Did you tell the parents of the child that was in? Well, it wasn't that kind of injury. And you see what I meant by due process? They were getting ready to even him, but he didn't get a chance to talk to the other side, but he did get a chance to talk.
Time is up on the BR.
Okay, thank you.
Let's see. Motion on the BR was, all right, using previous role. Any objection? All right, hearing none, so ordered.
Strawbritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 49 of the calendar, House Bill number 352 by Representative Baker relating to insurance.
Mr. President?
Senator Albritton.
This is dealing with rides, amusement rides and water slides and parks such as that. Is setting up and adopting specific standards and setting up means where safety inspections can be made and regulations along that line. And if there's no further objections, I'd move for final passage using previous rule without objection.
All right, Senator Smotherman.
I'd just like to be recognized.
You're recognized.
So, just for a moment. And Senator, if you happen to be gone from the mic, I'm gonna move for the final passage for you, so we're gonna pass the bill. I just want you to know that.
You're a kind gentleman as always.
Well, you know, because you got a lot of work going on with that budget, so if you may not have the time to be hanging around up here just for a few minutes, but I'll just move to pass it. I just want you to know that for you. If you dare, I'm gonna yield back to you. You know what I'm saying? But I just got a few minutes right now. I just want to finish.
We've already got the motion on the table, so whenever at your leisure.
Okay.
Pleasure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I was saying, in that case, I even told you about him, that the one the last night when I talked to him, that he had a chance. He, as an adult, had a chance to confront his child accuser. But the child didn't have due process. Child didn't have due process at all. So whoever else was involved in it, from the kid that was allegedly injured or whatever, nothing was allowed to be able to address so they could tell what just happened. The only story that they had to go on is what the teacher said. So that meant that the teacher was the judge, the jury, and the prosecutor, all in one, just by telling what was said. That's not due process. That's not due process at all. So, I understand. Like I said, they got them high-powered people out there in the hall, and it's amazing how last year, a bill that had less in it, the need was seen by this body and really the House committee that we need to give these young people some protection. But this year, they've elevated their power. I think the school superintendents, that's who it is, yeah. I think that's who it is. School board, I think school superintendents. That's who it is. They've elevated their power to the point where now they can convince everybody but 11 people that the kids don't deserve to have due process, that they should be railroaded. And as we move forward, I'm going to talk about some of the statistics. It says, give you a little background, because I didn't do a good enough job of giving the background. I came up here, thought you all knew and understood. I thought you all had more of a commitment to these young people than I see you do for us due process and being fair with them. I thought that in an incident like that, but I see now that this is an assault on young people, because what's getting ready to happen now, you're getting ready to run them out of school. You're getting ready to run them out of school, suspend them, hold them back. So let's count up the road to prison, from school to prison for these young people, especially these black males. Let's count up what's the road look like. This is what the road look like. See, remember I said it, when it's not a part of your life, and you don't have to hear about anything like that, it doesn't really concern you. But let me say something. Everybody in here, all 35 of us, we have people in our district that this affect. You may have 9%, in these stacked districts that was gerrymanderedly drawn. We had packing and stacking, that you may have packed the district, but you still had anywhere from 10% to up in some districts, probably 40% of minorities, especially African Americans, that are in those districts. And the bad part about it ain't just only African Americans who are affected by this now, but the vast majority of them are affected by it. So those percentages that you have in your districts, you don't care what happened to them when they're at these schools and they getting railroaded out of school. You said, remember I said that there was a pathway from to prison? Let me start it out like this. First way, if we don't get you, if they don't get you with the little bill trying to flunk out the little kids before they can even go to school, okay, the kindergarten prison bill, that's what I call it, kindergarten prison. If they don't get you there, then when you get to third grade, they from there to third grade, you know, they're going to put you in a school that don't have resources. They're going to put you in a school that doesn't have the necessary teacher units, or they're going to put you in a school where 30 to 35 kids in a classroom, and then in spite of 2 years or 3 years of COVID, then they're going to expect you to be able to read. They're like a kid that's getting this personalized tutoring, where the parents got to make that big money, where they can give them tutoring all the way through, and give them private tutoring at that. Then go to a school that has 2 or 3 educational specialists for a class, and some of these kids ain't even got enough English teachers in the schools I'm talking about, and then we're going to give them a test. And then we're going to flunk them now in the third grade. So now we're going after them in the third grade. We're going to flunk them in the third grade. And then, on top of that, if that don't get them, we're going to politely kick them out. Instead of having some standards, we're going to kick them out. If compulsory, if you got to be in school and can't miss for 10 days, guess what? We're going to kick them out for 15. So now they can't graduate or pass, and now you expect them to stay, if that kid falls in them categories, you expect for them to stay in school till they 21, graduating in 10th grade. But along the way, nobody told you that you're going to develop and have some bullying going on, because you have these old kids in the classroom with these young kids, okay? Or you're going to kick them out, and then the next thing, they can't get a job because they don't have an education. So then you're going to push them over into whatever it is, stealing food or whatever it is, because you're going to expect for them to starve, to be law-abiding citizens and starve. We're not going to give you a job. You're not trained, and you better not try to get no food, because we're going to put you in prison. We ain't gonna give you no food. We done made TANF requirements so strenuous that we can't give them food. And now we expect for them to survive some kind of way. They won't. So what's gonna happen? Pipeline to prison. Is that why we building all these new prisons? Because we plan on filling them up with these folk, what I'm talking about? Or what? But that's what happens. But you know, that's what happens. So I'm gonna stay up here consistently trying to make sure that we have some other thoughts and consideration, because I got enough confidence in y'all that if from 1 year to this year, on the same bill, for the same reasons, you all can flip over and not support it. I think if I can make a compelling enough case up here by sharing all this information, that then you may think better of the bill, and then realize that it's probably something that would be a lot better for our young people than not having anything at all and they getting railroaded out. How much time left? 50 minutes. Okay.
I thought you were out of time at that point. Is that correct? Are we ready?
It's just the BIR.
Oh,
No, this the bill.
oh, this is the bill?
We're on the regular bill.
Yeah, we're on the regular bill.
I'm only gonna talk 40 minutes.
Oh, okay,
That's all. And I'm gonna
all?
stop.
okay.
And the reason, and what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna talk 40 on every bill because, as I said earlier, I'm trying to I'm gonna save y'all some votes. I mean, save you the necessary to have to vote because it takes about the whole process between the filibuster, between the reading of the bill, between the long road, between the long road.
All that, I'm going to yield.
And between the motion to
yield
have
the
it
mic
on the prevailing side, between the motion of reconsidering, then it's about 45 to 50 minutes. So the reason I said it that way is that, see, closure takes about 45, 50 minutes. So I'm gonna stop before the time that it will be closure, which will be 40 minutes. You see what I mean? So you won't have to worry about closure, like I'm gonna be up here forever. And so as I look at the time, so I figured that we could probably get out of here about 10 o'clock, 10:30, like that. Even if it was closure with the number of bills, we probably get out about 11:30 or 12, and that's all right.
I'm good with that.
That's all right. I'm feeling pretty good about that. That's why I wore these shoes right here. I knew I might need them today. I didn't know for what. But that's all right. I mean, I ain't got no problems. It ain't nothing bad about nobody's bill. I want everybody to understand that. It ain't about nobody's bill. Don't even think, no, I'm hunting time. That's all I'm hunting, a little time. That's all. So I want you to know that's all I'm trying to do. It's just I say this all the time. I said, this is Tuesday, and I should have said this when I first got here, and that was this. I should have said, this is Roger Spillerman reporting for work from Senate District 18. It's my job to take the rules you provide me and write a special order. And the tools you provide me and successfully represent the citizens in Senate District 18. I'm trying right now to represent these young people in schools in Senate District 18. And you might not think a lot of it, but let me tell you this. I happen to represent in part the number 2 and the number 3 largest school system in the state of Alabama. Baldwin County is the only one that has more students. Our county system, not county and city put together, our county is number 2, the county without the city of Birmingham, and Birmingham is number 3 in terms of the size of those systems. So I got so many young people that I'm sitting here trying to represent, and I would average that it's about 60,000 young people who are standing on my shoulders right now, who are dying to have an opportunity to have due process when they are accused instead of getting kicked out of school and given for nothing and getting astronomical punishments just because of who they are, whether it be socio-economical or whether it be gender or race. Now, you might say, you keep saying that. I keep trying to give y'all examples so you don't think I'm just slinging some word. I know a young man who was in the 3rd grade, and he was sitting up front in his class talking. And he talked a lot because he got through with his lesson before everybody in the class. The teacher said that we gonna punish him. He don't get a chance to have no due process or nothing. I'm telling the principal that he needs to be removed out of my class. And listen at this. Listen at this. This is the most tragic misjustice what happens out of this process. It was this. The teacher, let me finish the point. The teacher said, this child needs to be put in special education. We talking about for the kids who have slow learning, special education now. Now, let me tell you something. To show you how innate biases exist, the teacher that said that, her son, the same age as this child, I was the coach of his little league team. He was my hand catcher. I want you to understand this now. This in Shelby County. He was my hand catcher. So it was no hostility whatsoever. The young man who she was talking about putting in special ed was my pitcher. And guess who else he was? I've told y'all a story about my grandson. That young man was my son. Now, let me show you what I'm talking about, the miscarriage of justice, why you have to have due process. I take him out of this school. I take him to Epic Elementary School. That's where you have the gifted program, okay? That's where you have the gifted accelerated program. They tested the same kid that this teacher, because of the innate biases, because he taught, that wanted to send him to special ed. Okay. I had him tested, and guess what? He tested gifted. The same one that she wanted, because of the bias, because no due process, no nothing, just what she said is the situation. And guess what? To show you how right that was, he graduated as a National Merit Scholar semifinalist. National Merit Scholar, okay? And went to college on two sports. He played two sports, basketball and baseball, but he went to school on an academic scholarship, even though he was an athlete. Okay, college, academic scholarship. Okay, no due process. If I hadn't been a strong parent, he would have been railroaded into that special ed class and then railroaded right out of school. And if it hadn't been mine, and me being the kind of parent to stay there on top of that, okay, all the way the pipeline from school to prison. Okay, that's what we are allowing to continue. The miscarriage of justice for these young people. Now, give you a little background. How much time we got on there? Because I got 41 left. Will you let me know when we have 20? Okay, and then I'm going to turn it back over to him. All right, the background. The national rise of suspensions and expulsion rates over the past 2 decades is largely due to the adoption of zero-tolerance discipline policies. In Alabama, K-12 public schools rely heavily on suspensions, expulsions, and law enforcement to discipline children, which helps explain why the state's out-of-school suspension rate exceeds the national average. Rather than improving behavior, removing students from the classroom is costly, ineffective, and increase the likelihood that Alabama youth will end up in the juvenile or adult justice system. This practice shadows the students' opportunity for higher education and employment. What more, students of color and students with disabilities bear the brunt of this failed approach, unfortunately without adequate due process. 45 years ago, the U.S. Supreme Court said that the risk of error in school disciplinary proceedings is not trivial and should be safeguarded by procedural due process guarantees by the U.S. Constitution. Procedural due process is the government's legal obligation to offer a fair process before depriving a person of a particular right, such as a public education. If Alabama truly hopes to provide safe and welcoming schools for all students, it must embrace fair and effective responses to students' behavior, including retroactive and traumatic informed discipline. The problem: Alabama is the only state in the Southeast with no statutory due process protection for students facing expulsion and discipline. Let me read that again. Alabama is the only state in the Southeast, that includes Texas, Georgia, all these other very, if you want to call it conservative, whatever word you want to use, states, Florida, all of them. Alabama is the only one. Even they got it. Alabama is the only state in the Southeast with no, I didn't say little, I said no statutory due process protection for students facing expulsion or discipline. With so many statutory guidelines, each of Alabama's 100, at this time it was 38 school districts, is left with to develop its own policy and procedures for students facing expulsionary discipline, resulting in widely different processes between school districts across the state. As a result, students are often unfairly, I repeat, often unfairly and mistakenly excluded from school without just cause. That's bear reading again. As a result, students are often unfairly and mistakenly excluded from schools without just cause. Across Alabama, at least 60% of all disciplinary reports are for vague, subjective, and minor infractions. When denied due process, there is no analysis or evaluation of the student's conduct, including the student's intent. And I talked about that with that young person, the example. I'm going to say it again. Including the student's intent, the culpability or impact on the school environment to determine an appropriate consequence. Requiring statutory due process protections will reduce the number of students who are being improperly suspended or expelled. Harsh and arbitrary exclusionary disciplines result in students losing important instructional time, becoming less likely to graduate on time, and more likely to repeat a grade, drop out of school, or become involved in the juvenile justice system. That's just what I told y'all. To deny that says that you're trying to create a pipeline from school to prison. Exclusionary disciplinary is costly and ineffective, and schools with high suspension and expulsion rates negatively impact the safety, well-being, and academic success of all students, not just those facing disciplinary action. The solution. See, you always got to come with a solution. A solution. Son, could you bring me some water out of there? Thank you. The solution. At that time, let me see, what did bill number right here? Because at that time, that's 181. At this time, yeah, okay. The solution is to pass 181 and adopt a fair and uniform statewide system of procedural due process protection for students facing exclusionary discipline. Clarify definitions of expulsion, long-term suspension, and short-term suspension to ensure uniform application across school districts. Require a hearing before an impartial hearing officer within 10 school days of the initial suspension from school. Hearings should be observed. The hearings should observe the following practices. You got some cold water in the refrigerator?
Oh, in the refrigerator?
Yeah.
Okay. Drink that first. I'll come in.
Where did it come from?
It's a pitcher. It's not in the tap. I'll get a bottle.
Thank you.
I'll show you.
The proceedings are recorded verbatim and shared with all parties and due process. The student may be represented by counsel and due process. The student may present evidence and witnesses and due process. The student may question adverse witnesses and due process. Thank you. Thank you. A timely written decision is issued following the proceedings. That due process, what I just read you, that's all that bill did. But y'all thought more of them people out there by telling you that, and I guess so you be in their favor, than you did these students getting a chance to get this right here. But that's all right. That's all right. It ain't all right, but I mean, it is what it is. It is what it is. And that's why I got to do a good job. I take as much blame as as you see me what I'm saying, because I take the blame because I didn't thoroughly educate y'all enough. Last time I must have. This time I may have thought that you all remembered some of that stuff that I had shared with you. But it was obvious by the vote that you didn't. So it's my job these next, what is this? What date is here we got now? We've been here 20 days, or this 21?
21, I believe.
21. So I got 9 more days to try to educate y'all on this right here. I got some good stuff up here too. Y'all hear me reading this good stuff to y'all? That these are facts. Now, so I ain't, I'm gonna educate you. I ain't gonna just up here rumbling around saying stuff. I'm gonna give you facts so that you can see why it was a bad decision for that vote for these children. May not be bad to satisfy them folks in the hall, but that tells me they don't give a rip about these kids. They more concerned about them positions that they got, and about the folks and the people out there in the hall more concerned about being employed by them superintendents who want their own little kingdom and dictatorships in those districts over everybody to do whatever they want to them. And that's so I'm up here trying to expose what's happening to these young people. If maybe people will have a change of heart, and if they don't, then I just have to keep educating, and hopefully through that process, they'll eventually see why we need to have due process. Now, the next thing is that after I did those 5 I read those, the next thing is that require schools to provide reasonable written notice of a hearing before any disciplinary matter that may result in out-of-school placement. The notice should include the following items: a brief description of the allegations, alleged conduct, and the policy violated, the date and time of the hearing, a statement outlining the student's rights. Right now, the students ain't got no rights. Not one iota of a right. This vote ensured that they still won't have no rights. Okay? Right here. This vote. What can we do? I think you all know what we need to do. Okay? I think you know what we need to do. So I'm gonna move. How much time is there? 29 minutes. Okay, so let me know when it's 20 now. Yeah, 9 minutes, and then I'm gonna hand it back over to him. Okay? All right, now, here's an overview. Give you an overview. A hearing overview. Circumstances trigger hearing. Following an instance of an alleged violation of the Code of Student Conduct that results in a recommendation for long-term suspension or expulsion of a student. Okay? These are proposals for Alabama. Within 10 days of the initial suspension or expulsion from school, that's when the hearing is required. See, this is what was in the bill, what I'm reading you now. So the hearing officer is an impartial officer or tribunal appointed by the local board of education. See, evidentiary standards, evidence by the local public school board that the student violated the Code of Student Conduct. Right now, they don't have to put one bit of evidence out. All somebody's got to do is make an allegation. Then they can be innocent as I don't know what, but just make an allegation. And then they're going to drag them in there and they're going to kick them out of school. Okay? In this, as I read those things that said you have a right to counsel or another advocate, right to review evidence. Right now, they don't get a chance to review nothing. And won't, based on this vote, that the school intends to use against the student prior to the hearing, including recordings, documents, and witness statements. Have a right to question witnesses, a right to present a defense and offer evidence, including recordings, documents, and witnesses. That's what that was in this bill. A right to receive electronic or written recording of the hearing, a right to receive a written hearing decision within 5 days containing the basis for the decision, notice of what information will be included in the student's official record, the student's right to appeal and procedures for appeal. Right now, the only appeal these students got is appeal out this house when they suspended and down the road. That's it. They ain't got no right to appeal nothing. That's the way, but that's the way y'all want it. That's why you voted the way you want it. You don't want them to have no rights. All right? The method of notice. Reasonable written notice delivered personally or by mail to all parties and to the parents, guardians of the involved student. I just told you what happened to mine. You don't get no notice or nothing. They drug into school, they're suspended, they call you and tell you to come pick them up. Not y'all. Not y'all. But that ain't gonna happen. But I'm talking about these folks who ain't got nobody out there or who ain't in here. They don't have anybody there whatsoever. Okay? The content of the notice. The statement of the time, place, and nature of the hearing, a short and plain statement of the alleged conduct and of the Code of Student Conduct Policy or rule violated, the identities of any witness who may participate in the hearing, a statement outlining the student's rights at the hearing. Okay, none of that is done now. Short-term suspension. By the way, we had we had a division about what takes place in both of those different areas. The exclusion of a student for up to exclusion of a student for up to 10 days from the student's regular school environment for disciplinary purpose. Long-term suspension, the exclusion of a student for more than 10 days, but no more than 90 days from the student's regular school environment for disciplinary purpose. Expulsion. The expulsion of a student for 90 school days or more from the student's regular school environment for disciplinary purposes. Other limits on exclusionary discipline. Truancy. No student shall be suspended or expelled from public schools solely for truancy or tardiness, violation of the Code of Student Conduct. What kind of sense does it make if somebody is truant and not coming to school, that as a result of that, you're going to suspend them out of school? That makes no sense. I mean, what you call yourself? I got to punish them because they don't come to school. They ain't coming anyway. You trying to get them to school. Under the present law we got now, that's what some of these systems are doing. So now they've missed over the number of days, and as a result, they can't graduate. Now you're going to hold them back, and you expect for them to come back and go back in that grade. Not because they can't do the work or have the grades, it's because they've missed the days, and on top of that, they're being suspended. But remember, that's what you voted for. Age. No students aged 5 to 11 shall be suspended or expelled from public schools except in limited circumstances when the student's behavior endangers the physical safety of other students or school personnel, or given destruction of property in the aggregate value of greater than $1,000. So that tells you that if you got a student that, what time is it? Okay, that's seriously disruptive, and yes, even though they're at that age for the public safety and welfare of the other students, they can still be suspended. But after what? Due process. Page number 2. Hearing overview. Now that's what proposed for us. Now, I'm going to read you what Arkansas got. See, I'm going to show you how bad we look. I'm going to tell you about all these states. Arkansas. Hearing overview for the state of Arkansas. I read you what I proposed for Alabama in general, with a few exceptions here or there, like the amendment I put on there and everything, with a few exceptions. Now I'm going to read what Arkansas is doing right now. Okay. Governor Huckabee? Governor Huckabee. That's what was her name. Governor Huckabee. Okay. I'm telling you what she's doing right now in her state. Circumstances triggering hearings Senator. I'm going to yield back to you.
Oh, thank you.
Senator
Albright. Motion, call the question. This is final passage of SB 352, previous roll. Yes, sir. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton, Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, no nays. HB 352 receives its third reading. Thank you, Senator Albritton. Secretary, call the next bill on the special order calendar.
On page 17 of the calendar, House Bill number 24 by Representative Ingram relating to crimes and offenses. BR pending.
Senator Barfoot.
Mr. President, I move for adoption of the BR using previous rule.
All right, Senator Smithman.
Mr. President, I'd like to be recognized to speak on the BR.
You're recognized.
Thank you. The Arkansas statutory due process protection for students facing expulsionary discipline in the state of Arkansas. This is what the state of Arkansas has right now as I stand here with you. As I say, Governor Huckabee. Circumstances triggering the hearing. This is in Arkansas. When a superintendent recommends the expulsion of a student for violation of the district's written policy and the student and parents request a hearing. Arkansas Statute 6-18-507D1. Okay? Arkansas. When hearing required, not specified. Hearing officer, local board of directors. Arkansas Statute 6-18-507D1. Evidentiary standards, not specified. After hearing all testimony and debate, the board votes on the superintendent's recommendation. Arkansas Statute 6-18-507D2A. Notice requirements. Method of notice. Immediate notice of suspension to the students, the parents, the guardian by phone, text, email, or first-class mail. If the school is unavailable to make contact by phone or email, the school must send notice by regular first-class mail. Arkansas Statute 6-18-507F. Content of notice. Now the definitions. Suspension. Dismissal from school for a period of time that does not exceed 10 days. Arkansas Statute 6-18-507A4. Expulsion. Dismissal from school for a period of time that exceeds 10 days. Arkansas Statute 6-18-507A2. Truancy. A school district shall not, I repeat, this is in Arkansas, a school district shall not use out-of-school suspension as a disciplinary measure for truancy. But yet here in Alabama, we still do it. The age. The school district shall not use out-of-school suspension or expulsion for a student in K through 5 except when the student's behavior poses a physical risk or causes a physical disruption that cannot be addressed via other means. Arkansas Statute 6-18-507B2. This is the state of Arkansas. Okay? Now, let's move to the big state. Let's move to Florida. By the way, that Governor Huckabee hired the education czar from Governor Santos in Florida as hers. Some of y'all might not even know that. See, I know that some of y'all don't. Yeah, she hired him. And she brought him to this state here and he's operating under this student due process code. I'm gonna read the one that he left from. That's in Florida. It's amazing how both those people who are nationally speak out and say that they, for education, have enough concern about students' due process that their states have due process laws for students. But here we in Alabama, according to this vote, we don't care. Now, hearings overview, state of Florida. Circumstances triggering a hearing. When a superintendent recommends expulsion to district school boards, FSA 1006.08, a hearing will be informal unless student parents request a formal hearing. When hearing required, hearing officer, the district school board, if the student requests a formal hearing, a designated school board member sitting as an administrator, hearing officer. Students' rights at the hearing. A student who has requested a formal hearing has the following rights. This in Florida now. Very, very conservative state. I'll tell you what they do. They said, number one, the student has a right to counsel. Florida. They have a right to do what? The paramount thing that them folks right out in that hall, every one of them who y'all voted for, don't want the students to have. In Florida, they got it. A right to cross-examine witnesses and submit rebuttal evidence. One of the most conservative states in the country feels that it's only proper and right for students to have the same rights as all of us have in here, in this room. But this vote, make sure I got my number straight, 11 to 20, speaks what this Alabama Senate thinks about students should have a right and due process. Now, third thing, the first one, right to counsel and right to cross-examine witnesses and submit rebuttal evidence, and the next one is the right to present evidence and argument. And that's the third one. That's in the most conservative state in the country, the state of Florida. Next thing, the right to subpoena witnesses by the most conservative state in the country, state of Florida. The next, a right to record a recording of the hearing. A right to record the hearing. And state of Florida, most conservative state in the country. The next, some evidentiary rules apply consistent with Florida's administrative rules of procedures. On top of that, they lock it down with the administrative rules of procedures. That's how tight they want the students to have right in the most conservative state in the country, the state of Florida. And they're wrapped up, so if you don't want to believe what I'm writing, go over there, reference or somewhere, and ask them for this code of Florida, FSA 1006-07. The most conservative state in the United States says that number one, a student will have a right to counsel. Number two, the right to cross-examine witnesses and submit rebuttal evidence.
I see Senator Smitherman has taken a pause. I'll be glad to, I want to talk about the bill, not waste any of your time on the BR. I think we're still on the BR. If y'all had any conversation to take care of. You fine with that?
Yeah, you can yield without losing your time and place. 20 seconds left on the BIR. Do you yield your 20 seconds? Yeah. All right, well, I think time's expired on the BIR. Your motion was?
Move for passage of the BIR.
That use previous roll?
Previous roll, yes.
All right, any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays, the BR is adopted. And, all right, Secretary, call the bill.
On page 17 of the calendar, House Bill number 24 by Representative Ingram relating to crimes and offenses.
Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. HB 24 is a public safety bill. Certainly in Montgomery and you turn on the news and you see unfortunate accidents or collisions involving pedestrians and deaths. I know this is not an anomaly for Montgomery. I know it happens around the state. And this bill addresses or attempts to address things from a public safety issue. It's an attempt to make sure that we have law enforcement that can, instead of an arrest to begin with, that law enforcement officer, if they see someone who is on the state roads and right-of-ways, can engage that individual. And I'll quote from the bill itself, may instruct any person in violation of this subsection to immediately and peacefully exit the public roadway maintained by the state or the right-of-way of the public roadway maintained out of the state. And then goes on further to say, prior to making an arrest for an initial violation of this subsection, law enforcement officer may transport a person in violation of this subsection to a location in the jurisdiction of the Office of Emergency Housing if applicable. So it is an attempt to pay homage to the folks that are out on the roads and the streets, and to make sure that we try to keep them as safe as possible, and that we keep the motoring public safe. Quite honestly, a lot of times you'll see individuals who are maybe disoriented or who are not paying attention, who will step out onto the roads just because of their proximity to those vehicles that pass through there. So it is again an attempt in that regard to make sure we keep not only those individuals who on the state right-of-ways and roads safe and try to protect them, but it's also an attempt to protect the motoring public. I mean, you think about it from the standpoint, if you're driving down a state road or highway and there's an individual who's pretty close proximity to the lanes of traffic, certain times we don't see them. Certain times, they may dart out in front, and this is simply an attempt to look out for both of those sets of folks. This is a bill that passed the House 90-0. There were no nay votes. I believe in committee, I believe it was unanimous, although I wasn't on that committee. I actually had the Senate version of this bill and passed out of committee relatively easily. I don't remember any no votes in committee. This bill actually amends a couple different sections, 13A 11-9, 32-5A-216, and they're a little distinctly different, but existing law under 13A 11-9 lists different ways, several different ways in which a person commits the crime of loitering. Again, this just simply amends that section. I'll go through here for the benefit of the body to make sure that we understand what we're doing here in the legislative intent. A person commits, and this is current law, a person commits the crime of loitering if he or she does any of the following:
1, loiters, remains, or wanders about in a public place for the purpose of begging. 2, loiters or remains in a public place for the purpose of gambling. 3, loiters or remains in a public place for the purpose of engaging in soliciting another person to engage in prostitution or sodomy. 4, being masked, loiters, remains, or congregates in a public place. That's actually an interesting one, especially when we had COVID, because actually there was mandates, I think, in some places to wear a mask that, quite honestly, you may have been forced to break the law. I actually had that as a novel idea or a thought on a case that I had. I'm not sure that we can compel someone to do something and thereby force them to break the existing laws of the state of Alabama. Be as it may, that is the law. Number 5, under that existing statute, loiters or remains in or about a school, college, or university building or grounds after having been told to leave by an authorized official of the school, college, or university, not having any reason or relationship involving custody of or responsibility for a pupil or any other specific legitimate reason for being there, and not having written permission from a school, college, or university administrator. Number 6, under existing law, loiters or remains in any transportation facility unless specifically authorized to do so for the purpose of soliciting or engaging in a business, trade, or commercial transaction involving the sale of merchandise or service. 7, loiters or remains in any place with one or more persons for the purpose of unlawfully using or possessing a dangerous drug. Again, all of those are existing law. And then we come to, as it regards that section, which is 13A 11.9, the amendment or the part that's being added in this bill. 8, loiters or remains on a public roadway maintained by the state or the right-of-way of a public roadway maintained by the state. That section goes on further. Existing law. B, a person does not commit the crime under subdivision A4, and that A4, just to remind you, is being masked, loiters, remains, or congregates in a public place. So continuing B, if he or she is going to or from or staying at a masquerade party or is participating in a public parade or presentation of an educational, religious, or historic character in any event is defined by 13A 11.140. So even existing law B there takes into account that there are legitimate purposes for being masked, and that would be parades, as it says in there, maybe masquerade type balls. I'm certain that down around Mobile when Mardi Gras would certainly qualify as an exemption under existing law to be masked for that purpose while not violating the loitering statutes. Again, I go back to the COVID-19. I don't think there was an exemption or exception in current law. I don't know that there was anyone who was prosecuted under this existing law for wearing a mask, but it was a little bit, little unusual that some folks were being maybe compelled or even doing it on their own, but maybe not intentionally, but still violating existing law. So it goes on. I continue with that same section. Sodomy in subdivision A3 as defined in section 13A 6-60. D, dangerous drug in subdivision A7 means any narcotic, drug, or controlled substances defined in chapter 2 of title 20 and any scheduled incorporated therein. Now, again, all existing law, we get to E under that statute. Loitering is a violation. That does not change. That remains just simply a violation. Except we did add this: a second or subsequent violation of this section in the same jurisdiction is a Class C misdemeanor. Additional language added, F1, prior to making an arrest for a violation of subdivision A1, a law enforcement officer may instruct any person in violation of subdivision A1 to immediately and peacefully exit the roadway maintained by the state or the right-of-way of the public roadway maintained by the state. And again, that goes to the point of safety. When you've got folks that are at or near a public roadway or on the state right-of-way, that officer has some discretion. It's not just to go out and lock them up. It is prior to making an arrest, that law enforcement officer does have the discretion to instruct a person to immediately and peacefully exit the roadway.
continues is to change in the law, a proposed change that we're here talking about today. 2A, prior to making an arrest for an initial violation of subdivision A1, a law enforcement officer may offer to transport any person in violation of subdivision A1 to a location in the jurisdiction that offers emergency housing if applicable. Now, that's important because sometimes you have folks who are maybe don't have their full faculties and being in such close proximity to vehicles, especially at a higher rate of speed on state roads, it is a public safety issue. And so this allows that officers, I mentioned before, some discretion in order to make sure that they were able to get folks the help that they need if that's desirable to them. If it's the discretion of the law enforcement officer to maybe help them to get them out of what we would consider potential harm. The change also goes on to say, if a person accepts an offer made pursuant to subdivision 1, a law enforcement officer may transport the person accordingly. And that just gives that authority if in the officer's discretion that they believe that there is a danger to the person there and that person doesn't have the ability to get to a safe place, or as I think the statute changes define it an emergency housing, it gives them the ability to transport that person to that emergency housing. So I think it is, in the public safety interest for those individuals who are at or near or standing on the roadways there. I'll be glad to continue, but I think see Senator Smitherman on the other side is available.
May I be recognized, Mr. President?
You still have the mic from earlier where you yielded, so yes, still back to you.
Okay, thank you. As I was saying, wait a minute, let me get over here. It's something about this bill that really kind of interests me. Which one is this? Oh yeah, I gotta ask him about this. I want to ask him about this bill because I see something. I gotta ask about this right here. Because I had some discussion this morning. I had some concerns about this bill. So when he gets opportunity, I'll talk about that. But until he gets an opportunity, I'm gonna finish this. I got something to ask you about this bill in just a minute. So I'm not gonna I got all my southern states here, but I'm just gonna finish up Florida. And then I got something I wanna ask you about that. And I'm gonna pose the question to you, not to be answered now, but I'm gonna give you a chance to think about it. In our profession, we don't get a chance to think before we see a question. We got to come up with an answer quick or response. But we're going to get a chance to give a few minutes, on think through this one. What happens if people are out there on the right of way and they ain't got no ride? Now, don't answer right now. But my interpretation is that the law enforcement could come by and snatch them up and give them a ride, but they can take them wherever they want to. And so that's the bad part. Right there, if a person is innocently stuck out there and then they can't get away, then they're going to get labeled as loitering. Okay? All right, so now, having said that, let me do this. All right, I'm going to go over to what Florida does again. The state of Florida. So it's obvious the state of Florida don't have all them people from the Superintendent Association, Education Board folks out in their hall. They didn't have them out there. Because if they did, they would have never got this statue right here. I repeat, I smile when I say it, the most conservative state in the country, the whole United States, and they think enough of their students to think that they ought to have a procedure, due process before they kick them out of school. And let me give my vote. 20 people in here think these students ought to get the boot just like that. Bam, kick them on out of school. Yeah, kick them hard. Boom, kick them out of school. That's what these 20 folks said. They don't care one bit. Kick them out. Let these folks just kick them out. And yet the state of Florida, this is what they have to say. Right to counsel, not just right to representative, but a right to counsel, a right to cross-examine witnesses and submit rebuttal evidence. So that means, for people who don't know what rebuttal evidence means, it meant that you cross-examine them and they make some accusation, and you have a witness over here that can repudiate that, or they made a statement in writing over here to the superintendent, and then now they end up being cross-examined and they change and make some other statement. Then you can take that statement that they sent into the superintendent and ask them, which one of these is the truth? That's rebuttal. Which one is the truth? In this situation, you can't ask them. Alabama won't let you ask them nothing because they don't have no due process. All right? Next one. A right to present evidence and argument. Okay? Right to present your side of the story. What did I just tell you in the scenario with that little boy? He didn't have a right to present his side. Thank God I walked up. That was the Lord. The Lord just sent me back so that that kid would have an opportunity to present or argue their side. The next one. They even give you the right to subpoena witnesses in Florida. The right to subpoena witnesses. All right? Next, they give you a right to recording of the hearing. So if you have to appeal it, you have the opportunity to appeal it. And then, to cap it all off, they seal it with the Florida Administrative Rules of Procedures to make sure that it's applicable to the Administrative Procedures Act that Florida has adopted, which is greater so far than any state I've looked at so far as to what they do for due process. And I have to say this, and I'm going to say it, and you'll hear me say it tomorrow, and then. Is that the most conservative state, where the governor is vying to be a party nominee for the president of the United States, that he and them believe that students ought to have due process, and yet Alabama doesn't. Yet Alabama don't think at all. So that raises a high level of concern to me. And it raises a high level of concern because of the students who are being majorly suspended. In a state where 30% of its population look like me, over 50% of your suspensions look like me. There's something wrong with that. Something is seriously wrong with that. So this vote tell me that we want to keep on with the keep on. We want to keep on wholesale suspending students for frivolous reasons and not giving them a chance to say what happened or giving them a chance to appeal the opportunity to get back in school. That's what this vote for. 20 folks said that. 20 folks said it. It's not in the journals of history of the Alabama Senate that these 20 folks won't and don't care about that happening to kids. Because if you did, you would vote a due process. And you know what's really the sad part to me? Ain't nobody tried to bring an amendment up. Ain't nobody tried to say, let's work on this or nothing. You just flat out turned your back on these children. That's what happened. It'd be different if I was hard-nosed and said, I'm not going to take no amendments. I don't want to talk to anybody. I have never said that one time. Not one time. Not one time. Even in the committee, not one committee person presented any amendment to alter anything. And yet, as I look on here, I only see one I'm talking on the committee. From the majority part, I don't see but one on this committee. One, maybe two. I see two people from the majority part on the committee who voted for it out here. So that means that everybody else on the committee, you were very ingenuine with me. Because ain't nothing changed from that bill from when you voted for it in committee to when it came out here, other than, because that amendment was put on in committee. So they just telling me that what's that saying? I was played. Because I knew that committee members, if they had something to say, they would have said something. But anybody can come by my office. Anybody even sent me a memo, or email, a text, or nothing to say you had any concern whatsoever. Okay. See, in that committee, we were tight. Everything was all right. When them folk got a hold of y'all that's sitting out there in that hall, some of them sitting up there, walls up there, then all of a sudden, hey, you flipped the script on me without even giving me any kind of consideration whatsoever of just talking to me about it, or nothing. It was a good old-fashioned ambush. I had no idea when I walked up here that 20 of y'all felt that way, and you didn't think enough of me to even let me know. But that's all right. That's all right. That's all right. No problem. No problem. I take much blame because I did not do a good job of educating. I didn't do it. I must have did a great job last time, but this time I didn't do no good job. So I now got to take the next 9 days to educate you to get you ready for next year. So I got to get you ready. See, I got to get you ready. And no, it would be nice if someone, would consider, say, well, I'm on the prevailing side, let me call it back, and then we'll see what we're going to do to work on it. But you know what? Let me tell y'all something. I've been here long enough to know that, that's a setup right now, this go round, that's a setup for the rope-a-dope. You get it down there, then run down there and tell them to sit on it and don't do nothing with it. See, I understand how that rope-a-dope process go too. I understand that. Okay, I understand that. So, I get it. Like I said, them people, them some powerful folks out in that hall. Power. But that's all right. My job is to what? Educate. See, they said knowledge is what's powerful. So they've given you some knowledge about what they gave you, and that must have been powerful. But I'm going to try to educate you over and over and over and over and over to where at least in your minds of thought that you can put the difference on. See, so that's fine. That's fine, Daniel. No problem at all. But it tells me that getting back to Florida, the method of notice in the state of Florida, notice of suspension by mail to students, parents, within 24 hours. Written notice to student and the student's parent of the recommendation. Let me ask a question. Did we say that we could put bills in anytime and somebody make a motion for that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. All right. Well, I'm gonna keep talking. I wish I had a little recorder. I'm gonna be talking while I'm putting this. I had to put my notice in here. It's a local bill. So I'm gonna put this in here. And then I'm gonna sign my little name on it. And I'm gonna put it in. And just tell me this ahead of time now. You think about killing it, at least come out off and tell me. They come by and tell me. You know, just do that much. Just come by. Don't ambush me. You know, that's the only thing I ask you. Just don't ambush me. Okay? I appreciate that. Yeah, because you ever notice when you go riding down the road and you see a car out there or something and it's stopping you, you know you about to hit it, you brace yourself. Okay? Or you make sure that seatbelt tight. But then when a car comes from the back and hit people, you ever notice it knock them through the windshield and like a whiplash? Well, y'all came from the back this time on me. It's just like a whiplash. You know, I'm up in whiplash and neck is just it's back hurting and everything because y'all hit me from the back. You could have came forward and just told me. I would have been braced for it. But see, you know, and see that's a hurting thing for me inside because I don't think anybody in here can tell you that I came on any situation with any of y'all and ambush you. Even if I was going to talk, you knew I was going to talk. If I was for it, you knew I was for it. If I wasn't, I would tell you. And if anybody can say different, please come to the mic and tell me the incidents that had happened. That's why I know it's not like that. I haven't treated anybody here like that. Not like that. Ain't a soul can come to that mic and say, Smithman just flat out ambush me. Not a soul in here. Not a soul who's been here before y'all got here who just got here. Because I don't operate like that. But it's obvious I cannot be given the same courtesy. See, it's obvious that I was not given the same courtesy. You care more about ambushing me for the sake of these folks out here in the hall from these superintendents and boards than you did the relationship we have as legislators by simply not ambushing me, whether you voted for it or not. That's right. That's right. You feel comfortable with ambushing me. That's why I'm going to feel comfortable standing up here for 10 days, you know, through any process that we have. Because you don't care about ambushing me. So that's fine. And we're going to pass everybody's bill. I don't know, I'm not going to have any effort to try to kill anybody's bill. But I'm going to talk a long length of time on everything that come up here. You know, and I'm going to talk right under the window what closure what time would be. So you're wasting your time closing because you ain't gonna get it done any faster. May make you feel good by doing it, but remember this. It was once upon a time we were closing 33 straight times. Because, yeah, so what I'm saying is that time, I'm gonna get the time, I'll get more time with close, I'll get 10 more minutes with close than I do the time I'm stopping. So if it's 6 bills and I get closed, I get another hour more up here talking because I get 10 minutes on each one of them more than I'm stopping at 40 minutes. So you know, if that's the 999, then that's fine, but you hurt your own self because now you losing another hour that I'm just giving you instead of standing up here talking. So, you know, do the math, you know. So that hour allows you to pass another bill, because 60 minutes, 40 in there, you know, you can get another bill in there when I'm giving up on time, and still you got 20 more left, that if it goes further than that for 2 more hours, for 12, then you got a chance to get 2 of them in that you wouldn't get if you went through the close process. I be sitting around doing with my calculator math now. So I'm trying to show you, you cutting your own nose off by coming with that because you're going to be in there longer than what I'm taking now at talking on each bill. So I thought I'd put that out there. Remember, I'm here to educate y'all for the next 9 days, do everything. That was an education on your time, y'all time, that you're cheating yourself when you come any way other than the way I'm coming. Okay? And see, and the advantage you got now, I'm coming in less time, and I ain't asking for the bill to be read at Lindsay. Okay? Not one of these bills I've asked to be read at Lindsay yet. You see what I'm saying? So I know that too. That's another 10 or 12 I get on a 9-page bill. And Lord, if it's a 15-page bill, I got the good 30, 35 more besides the time for closure. Okay? Then don't let it be a 30-page bill. Oh my God. And the budget, oh my God, that's the whole day. You know, I ain't gotta get out the seat. See, so I'm just saying it, just to be saying it, that no, and all of this is in primary because you chose to ambush me for them folks out there in the hall, and for them folks sitting up there, and for them folks across the street, and them superintendent officers over there, and for them folks, you know, school board. You chose to ambush me, and that's fine. It was your prerogative. The rules allow that. So I'm not having a problem with that. I'm not upset with anybody. My job is to do what, Senator? I said, I'm going to educate. That's what this is. It's an education. It's that you didn't have to do that. You didn't have to do it that way. It was unnecessary. But you think you could dog this? What the heck with them, man? You know, let's just do this. No, each person has a right to be considered in here. And I'm not going to sit here and not be considered and you not know it. Okay. See, I tried to think other ways. But remember, I came to a point when I saw this, is that I thought about what Maya Angelou said. Everybody know who Maya Angelou is, don't they? One of the most famous poets and writers in our time, who spoke at President Clinton's inauguration and profoundly said, she said a lot of things, but this one thing she said, when a person show you who they are, believe them. Believe them when they show you. You better believe them. And I believe it. I believe it. When I just got ambushed, a lot of people showed me who they really were, and I believe it. Okay, and that's fine. But see, I didn't think like that before I got ambushed. I didn't think like that. See, I believe in giving everybody the benefit of the doubt. And I've tried to do that, and I've done that. But just a little consideration, that's all it took. Didn't nobody even move to carry it over. And move to carry it over. Nobody said nothing to me except sit back quietly. And I didn't even put you on the spot because I didn't even look up. See, I got no sense to know when you don't have the courage to say yes or no, it's a no. I know that. So as I said here, I heard about 8 or 9 yeses, and nobody said a word. I knew those no's. I knew it. And I ain't have to look up at anybody and things like this because this was going to be the ayes, the vote sheet. So I didn't have to do that. And but that's fine. I know I'm not bothered. I'm not upset. There's nothing like that, y'all. I had to figure out. Remember I told y'all? I said, Roger Smith, I'm reporting for duty. I'm going to take the rules that you got, and I'm going to take the tools that you give me, and I'm going to represent these kids. The ability for me to talk up here is the tools. The amount of time is the rules. And that's why I'm taking the rules knowing that it's 50 minutes up here or longer on the overall closure process. Not walking up here with the paper, got 20, 25 minutes, but you know you got that. Then you got the roll call vote. Then you got the reading of the bill. Then you got a motion for reconsideration. And then you got somebody coming with the tabling. Then you got another roll call vote. And when you get through with that process, you got about 50 minutes. Okay? So no, you know, like I said, because I'm not trying to do to any of your bills what you did to me. I just need time to educate you. And that's what I chose to do. My response to what happened to me, I chose to educate. So I just want everybody to know that this is an educational process. This is called Due Process 101. And then the next day it'll be Due Process 102. There you go. And when we get When we get down to the last 3 or 4 days, then we're gonna have a master's course in it. Yep, and then you can work towards your dissertation. I'll sit up here and expose your dissertation to you. Senator, I'm going to yield to you. I really have gone over 5 minutes from the time I was going to, talk before I yield it back to you. So it's back to you now.
All right, thanks, Senator Smitherman.
Thank you.
Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, Mr. President. I know Senator Smitherman paid homage to the state of Florida, paid homage to the state of Arkansas, paid homage to Governor Huckabee Sanders, and paid homage to Governor DeSantis. So, in the Alabama State House. So, with that being said, I'd move for final passage of HB 24 using previous roll.
Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 24 passes. Thanks, Senator Barfoot.
Thank you, sir.
Well done. Secretary, call the next bill.
On page 37 of the calendar, House Bill number 4 by Representative Chestnut relating to labor. BR pending.
Mr. President,
Senator Orr.
I'd move adoption of the BIR using the previous roll.
Mr. President, can I be recognized?
You recognized.
Senator, after we get through with the BIR, I'm going to yield to you and you just go and do your thing.
Thank you.
So I want you, so you can do a little time measurement, about 10 or 15 minutes, and I'm going to come back to you and just do your thing, okay?
Gotcha.
All right. Now, because I want to finish this little thing about Florida. I was in the middle of it. Okay. Let's see. Oh, yeah. It said method of notice. I stopped when it said within 24 hours, written notice to students and the students' parents of the recommendation for expulsion. If the students and parents request a hearing, they are entitled to reasonable written notice of the hearing. Right now, you get nothing in Alabama but zapped out to the streets, suspended. Now, the content of the notice. Suspension notice must include reasons for suspension. Expulsion notice must include statements of charges against the students. Statement advising the student and his or her parent of the student's right to due process. Definition, suspension. The temporary removal of a student from all classes of instructions on public school grounds and all other school-sponsored activities for a period not to exceed 10 days. Expulsion. The removal of the right and obligation of a student to attend a public school under conditions set by the district school board and for a period of time not to exceed the remainder of the term of school year and one additional year attendance. Other limits on expulsionary discipline. This is Florida now, no conservative state in the country. Truancy, no, Florida, no student can be suspended or expelled for truancy. Alabama, we suspended them all the time. All the time. The most conservative state in the country will not put students out for truancy. But guess what? 20 of y'all and everybody but 2 on the committee voted to kick them out for truancy. Okay? I told you what Maya Angelou said. When a person shows you, believe them. First time. Others. Florida encourages the use of intervention over exclusionary discipline. I repeat, the state of Florida, the most conservative state in the country, encourages the use of intervention. How in the world can we even have intervention when you won't even properly fund public education? We ain't even got money how to run a little school. The heck with intervention. And you said, what intervention you talking about? Take up in our system. Because our state doesn't have enough caring to provide it. Our DA has put together a committee of people where they provide uniforms for kids, where they have a process of checking on why kids are out of school, not taking them, putting parents in jail, not doing this, that, other, but trying to help with whatever that reason is that they had to stay out, whether it be uniforms, whether it be food, the folks don't have no food, or whatever. I know it's hard to imagine for folks in here that these folks really don't have no food. It's hard for people in here to imagine. It's hard to imagine a person don't come to school because they can't get nothing to eat. They don't have no breakfast. It's hard to imagine that they got holes in their tennis shoes, and so they're embarrassed to go to school. It's hard to imagine that they don't even have a washing machine and don't have but 1 or 2 uniforms and ain't got no way to wash them, so they want to come to school with dirty uniforms. But it's easy to imagine that 20 people voted for that particular person I just mentioned to get kicked on out of school. And then when they get kicked out of school, it's imagined that these 20 people said that these persons going to repeat again. And then it's imagined that these 20 people voted so that these people now can be put out on the streets. And we just passed a bill a few minutes ago dealing with loitering. So now these people ain't got nowhere to go. They ain't got no food. They ain't got nothing else that they may have. And then all of a sudden, we want to lock them up. Okay? Send them to this new prison we building. You know, that we gonna send them there because we got to justify these prisons. So, you know, I actually think that some of this stuff is thought through very extensively, and people know the results that's gonna happen when they do stuff. I ain't say everybody, but there are people that do that. You know, because see, what people don't understand is that back in Reconstruction, the same kind of stuff happened. The same old kind of stuff happened. And to turn back the clocks of time. Okay. For every step we take forward, then there are 2 steps you're being drugged back. This is one of those steps to being drugged back. You don't have any due process, so you got a free rein to do whatever you want to do to these students. From destroying their lives, to kick them out of school, to make sure that they don't have a chance to even say what happened. You know, you walk into a situation that you're guilty, so now prove your innocence. But I ain't gonna give you no due process to prove your innocence. You just got to do it the best way you can. And right now, we don't have a procedure that you can do it by, and we don't plan on you having one. Just ask these 20 folks. They don't plan on you to have nothing. And you say, who are you talking to? I'm talking to whoever is picking up on the stream. You know, whoever is listening and seeing that's the case. You know, that whoever witnessed this vote themselves by looking at what's taking place. So they know that I'm telling what the truth is. Anybody who took the time to look up this bill number, SB 181, and read it, know that what I'm saying in this bill is accurate and truthful. What I'm reading is what I'm saying is inside this bill. You know, and that's the difference. All right, now, others. Florida encourages the use of intervention over exclusionary discipline. Students can only be expelled for a serious breach of conduct. Nowadays, you don't allow these folks to walk in there. They don't like the way the person look. They don't like what they said. They don't like some word they said. They don't like the fact that they look back at the teacher and they said roll their eyes. So we finna kick you out of school because we have decided that because we think you got an attitude that we finna kick you out. You're not gonna get a chance to say nothing whatsoever. School resource office, go get them, get their books and things, put them outside, escort them outside the door, off the school property, because we don't like the way that they talked out in class. That's what you letting happen every day. And like I'm saying, you look at the rate. When I come back here Thursday, because it's going to take a day, I'm going to give you numbers by your own districts, how many of your students being suspended, and I think they're even keeping it by sex and by race. I'm going to let you know, so you won't be sitting there saying, Smithers making that up. No, okay, I'm going to let you show I ain't making it up. I'm going to let you see what you voted to continue to happen in your own districts. Like I said, I got to do a little educating. You don't realize that that's happening. I know you don't. And I respect that. I appreciate that you don't realize, because you got so much to do. You know, you working around. We got one senator that spent all his time on broadband because he's trying to make sure folks are hooked up and connected. And I'm all with him on that, because, by the way, I discovered that I got a section up in the city of Birmingham, a whole big community of about 10 to 15,000 people, 20,000 people, that's in a internet desert. In the city. You would think all this internet crossing up in the air is where they could just latch on. In fact, it's a company that's working to try to do that.
Senator Smithman.
Yes, sir.
The time has expired.
Okay.
All right. Senator Orr, your motion was adopt the BLR using previous rules.
It was,
correct?
Mr. President.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The BR is adopted. Secretary, call the bill.
On page 37 of the calendar, House Bill number 4 by Representative Chestnut relating to labor. Committee substitute pending.
Senator Orr.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would move adoption of the committee substitute using the previous role.
All right. Do you want to speak to that motion? Oh, all right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. The committee substitute is adopted. Senator Orr.
Thank you. Mr. President. Yes, sir, Mr. President, I'd yield to the gentleman.
All right, Senator Smithman.
And if you don't mind, I at least want to know what it feels like. You know what I'm saying? And if you would just allow me to just feel, let me just imagine. You know, I'm dreaming right now. So just let me imagine how it feels like if we had a past due process. So let me pass your bill for you. And then I can just have the feeling. You understand?
I feel good already.
I appreciate that. So if there's no other, I will move for final passage and ask unanimous consent to use the previous role on HB 4.
All right. Any objection? Hearing none, so ordered.
Mr. Albritton. Mr. Williams.
33 ayes, 0 nays. House Bill 4. Congratulations, Senator Smithman.
I heard somebody over here make a little side comment, said don't get used to it. Well, I tell you what, I sure can get used to somebody that understands enough about due process to vote for it like he did. Hello, I can appreciate that a whole lot, and I appreciate him very much for in spite of getting the calls, and he didn't have to do it. That budget chair, he didn't have to do nothing but what he wanted to do and what was right. And I respect him for it, and I thank him for it, and just that simple. You know, I appreciate it a whole lot. So, yeah, I can get used to that, though. Thank you very much, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Thank you. Senator Reed.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, let me make this comment. Whether we like it or whether we don't like it, whether we agree with it or whether we don't agree with it, we have to have tremendous respect for someone who is able to generate that kind of communication without notes for an extended window of time. So thank you, Senator. With that, Mr. President, we stand adjourned until 3:30 tomorrow afternoon.
All right. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We stand adjourned.